it this way. I'm really apologizing if somebody jumps in here in the beginning. I can't change the orientation. I'm trying to put a little bit of light on the situation here. We'll see how it goes through the night. If anything pops up, we might hook up with Papa Tony. We'll see how it goes, if he's busy or not. But I was out cruising around, and I got myself I did a little splash of something, right? I splurged a little bit. I ended up buying myself a meal, and let me tell you that the roads are horrendous. They are absolutely horrendous up here in the old Michigan. Michigan we got lake effect going, and it's not good. It's not good. No good operator. It's what it is. And by the way, too, if you're cruising through here, if you don't mind, hit the like button. You're more welcome to the live streams to bring up anything. I love hearing what you guys are experiencing out there, what kind of problems with LiftMaster, Chamberlain, Craftsman, Genie, LinkedIn, whatever you want to call it, Lanier, gate problems, garage door problems, Clopay, Wayne Dalton, you name it. But also, like I said, if you're cruising through, whatever, too, just hit the like button. It costs you nothing. It just really helps out wake up the algo. Brings more people in, more like-minded, more conversation, which is more fun. And it's just a nice thing to do. Just the day. What is it? Are we after? Are we a day after? Was it Friday? No, it's Thursday. I got my days all messed up. My days are so messed up. Anywho, too, and also if you want, you can always let me know where you're from. If you're new here, welcome, by the way. We love having you here. What the weather conditions are like, how nice it is, how bad it is. Like I said, the roads around here right now are super slick. We got just enough. We don't got a lot of snow, but we got, right around, if I had to look, about, inch and a half, 2 inches of snow. And it's been that snow from the lake effect that just sprinkles, little sprinkle. So it's just that perfect coldness, little bit of snow to keep the roads super slick. So not good traveling conditions. It actually worked out good this year. This is something you guys could always do too. Something to ever think about if you're just kind of getting in the business and you ever struggle like Uncle Dave did here. What you could do is, I normally sometimes go by the vendors, right? So whatever the vendors kind of do, that's what I used to follow. Cap decided that they didn't need Friday, which worked out pretty good actually, because and like I said, don't forget, I see there's a couple people in here. Don't forget to hit the like button if you would, please, before you leave. Anywho, I see Tanner jumped in. So anyways, this year, welcome, good to see you, Tanner. Hope you're doing good. Hope the weather's being nice to you. So here's the thing. This year it was Thursday was off, Friday was off, obviously the weekend's off, and that's the way to rock and roll, baby. That's the way to go. That works out really nice. So Tanner says nope, no issues with Clopay. Found out it's going to be January until they can get the flooded glass to my project. Wow, the GC is pissed. Man, that's crazy, dude. Man. So was it, you got to refresh my memory a little bit here, Tanner. Was it just one glass that had the water? I feel like I remember I seen the pictures and all that good stuff. Man, 2 cops. We got a state trooper, we got a city cruising around right now. Both at the same time. One going this way, one going this way. I don't know how, I can't say, I'm sorry about the one. Is it Denisa? Denisa, I think. Is it hello? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for being here. Is it Burn Boy? Whoa, that's kind of cool. It says hi. Hi, how are you? Don't really good. How's the weather in your area? Got any questions? Bring it up. We love to talk about it here. I'm kind of floating tonight. I don't really got too much on the old brain, honestly. So Mr. Evan got me stirred up a while back on that whole Lowe's thing. I was thinking some more about it. I kind of forgot about what I was going to talk about on that. I wanted to touch base on that again because there was something. I can't remember if it was positive or negative, but anywho. Rusty's here. What's up, Rusty? Hope you're doing good. What's up, Dave? Says Rusty, says, I'm up at deer camp, can't stay and watch, but we'll watch the replay. Awesome, Rusty. That's cool, man. Like I said, we always like having here. You don't have to spend so much time. I know the replays can be kind of, they're outdated, but hey, I appreciate it. So but let me know too, Rusty, if you're still on. Let me know where's is it still in the same state? Where's deer camp at? Make sure you send some pictures. I got some pictures I can send you of old deer camp. We got one. Dad got one, so that was pretty fun. Good year. Tanner says, no, it was 40 pieces, I believe. Holy moly. He says, a whole crate. 424 by 14 doors. I can't finish because of it. Holy moly, dude. That is horrible. That's horrible. And remind me, Tanner, it's been a while since I've done the clope. Hey, don't forget to, guys, if you would, while you're jumping in here, hit the like button, if you would, please. This helps wake up the... I see we got, 3 on my end? I could be off. I'm sorry, too, if it glitches. I'm on the Wi-Fi. I'm on the other phone. Like I said, I was going to see if Papa Tony was going to hop on. He might be busy tonight. We didn't communicate, so I don't know what's going on. We'll see how it goes. So anywho, what I was getting at, Tanner, was that I feel like when I did, it was a car dealership, right? Brand new car dealership. And luckily, let me shut this off for a minute because I'm warm enough. If I remember right, it was aluminum excursion or whatever they call it, right? The aluminum. And then what it was is, I got to put a light on me here in a minute. And then the glass was separate, right? That's how it goes. Don't mind me. I'm just reaching for a light. If I had one back here, I thought I did. It's here somewhere. Found it. I'm trying to put a little light in here. That's a little better. That's just a little better. Everybody can see me. I can see you. You can see me. Well, you know how it goes. Anywho, so the sections came separate, right? And the glass was separate. So the sections and everything were separate. We had to put them together because I feel like I remember we had 4 guys there, including myself. And I remember it was like 2 guys were on the semi-trailer building, in a sense, and then we had guys like walking them over to the I think we might have even done a truckload. We might have been setting them inside the truck flat, brung some moving blankets. Huge logistics was huge on that place. Like, you know how it is, right? You know how it is. You can't really have them in the building because they're doing stuff, and every other kind of tradesperson's in there. It wasn't much fun. But I do remember, I think we broke one, or we had one that was broken glass, and it was like the whole finger biting. It's like, what do we do? 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 Do we like have our glass company try to make it? What if it's like off its shade? What if it's not the right glare or the gloss? Or what if we get something wrong? So we decided to get some through Clope. And I was so nervous because I think we had to order like 2 or 3. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, they're going to come in broken. I just know it. They're going to come in broken. I feel like they came in. I might have even, that might be why I'm thinking 2 or 3. We might have ordered an extra one just to be safe. Not exactly an extra one. And so I remember that was tricky because I remember that pressure going like, crap, man, we got to get this, So I think what I did, which you could do too, Tanner. I know it might be too much though, because if the glasses add up, the glass adds up for weight. I know that. So what we did is we ended up putting plywood. We inserted plywood somehow into it. And then I think what we did is we like screwed into the frame and the sides where the clips or whatever go. So we could basically keep moving. Is what it is. Da-da-da-da. Because of it. Tanner says, remember, Rusty, the big racks are cool, but the smaller ones taste better. That's funny. Says, yeah, Dave, we're hunting in West Pennsylvania. Says we have a group of 12 today, 2 9 points and 6 doe. Wow. That's awesome. That's always good times. It's weird. Like opening day, I had $2 walk right in front of me. And I was like, I should take one of these. First one, I was like, ooh, I was like, I don't like that one. Had some weird antlers going on. And then the second one it looked like an 8-point. It was actually a 7-point. It looked like an 8-point. I actually took a picture of it, a little video of it. I sent it to my dad. And about 2 hours later, my dad shoots. He goes, you ever do something that you regret doing? He's like, I think I shot your deer. I'm like, I'm glad you did, because I was thinking I was waiting. Cool. I see. We got some emails coming in from Rusty. That's cool. But I was glad because I said something to the kiddos or whatever, and they're like, "Why didn't you shoot it?" And I'm like, I don't know. It's opening day. It's opening day. I didn't feel like wrecking it on opening day. I just didn't feel it. I wasn't feeling it. Next day or something like that, seen like 20 deer. Didn't really see any bucks. I know they're around, but I was like so overwhelmed with so many deer. I was just like, whatever. Those the same ones? I don't even know. Like I just had so many deer, and then it was like a couple more days, zero, nothing. Tanner's got, he says, the 12 by 14 doors glass was already installed, but I guess because of the size, they had to send the glass in crates. See, I think what we did, I think ours were like, I think they were 14 by 14s. It could have been 12 by 14s, but I don't remember. I don't think they were nothing crazy. They were just 14 by 14 or 12 by 14. For the 24 by 14 doors, I told them to send extra. They can keep them if they ever break one. That's a good idea. And yeah, I have to install 1-inch foam in the frames to get the building closed up. Ooh, just more. They have to pay me, and I'm not being nice about it. He says I'm charging $100 per hour per guy to install the glass and foam. Oh man, crazy, man. I tell you what, that stuff is, you know, that stuff is tough. Tanner knows exactly how it goes. I've done it for many, many years. Hey, I see we got 3 likes, so that's awesome. Thanks for the likes. But yeah, it's it's very, and here's the thing. Here's the thing you always got to consider, right? Most of the time the builders have been pretty cool. You know what I mean? Most of the time. But there's been those occasions, right? I don't know about you, Tanner. You let me know. You let me know if I'm crazy with this statement, right? But you know how it goes when you're like you said, right? You're not being nice about it, which is good. And like I said, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to be like jealous or mean about this or anything, right? But there's always that chance. There's always that chance, right? That you do it, right? You're doing it, and they're like, at the end, they're like, this is ridiculous, because somebody really didn't pay attention, right? They just heard it. They're like, whatever, just do it, just get it figured out. You know what I mean? We just got to get this job done because we need to get our payment from the bank or a draw or whatever, right? And then there's always that chance you submit a bill, and then they're like, we're not paying this. This is ridiculous. Like, this is, and then, right, there's always a chance that, so they do pay it, right? You could put a lien on it, right? Construction lien, blah, 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 right? All that jazz. You could do that. And then now the worst part too is maybe, which I'm assuming with this builder, I feel like this is one we've talked about before. You don't really care. You know what I mean? But still, the fact is that, you know what I mean? Like, if it was a builder that you cared for, you know what I mean? Like, now they're like, you know what? this is the last job we'll ever do with you. So it's just tough. It is just tough. I don't like that uncertainty. That's always a gamble. There is, and there's so many things that go into a job like that. I mean, I've literally logistics. I've literally, manpower, Where can you park a trailer? Where can you park an enclosed trailer? Where can you park a semi? Luckily for that one, the builder, I told him, I said, look, he's one of our good builders, but I said, look, dude, I said, like, we don't have nowhere to store these. You know what I mean? And like, I was like, the problem was that this job, and of course, right? Of course, darn it. This job was one of those ones that was, it's a solid hour away from the shop. And you know what burned us? What burned us on it was everything was good. But then in the middle of like 2 weeks or a week before the doors are supposed to come in or something, he's like, the builder's like, hey man, he's like, they're putting water suppression in there, fire suppression. And trust me, I thought about it, right? I thought about it and thought about it. And I was like, well, that ain't my flipping problem. And the way we looked at it, I was like, fudge. And he's like, can you take, I forget what we took out of there. I bet we it was like, I think it was all 2 or 3 foot of high lift out of that damn thing. And it screwed up the springs, and they could have had bad springs from the get go. We would never know. But luckily we had J50s. That was my saving grace at the time. We had LiftMaster J50 11s, L5, whatever. And those things were working their heinies off. The only thing I was wishing I would have had, I wish I would have had a Genie at the time, right? A Genie commercial opener, because I mean, I guess you can get brakes on them, right? On the J50s or whatever. I needed a brake because we could not get the doors to balance. The doors they were either like super heavy. I mean, they were like scary. Like, I mean, like somebody pulls this thing that comes out like a guillotine, or it turns into a rocket. Which way are we going to go? And I think we went through, like, we remeasured it, all this other kind of stuff. It was a nightmare. It turned into a nightmare. I think almost like 3 years later, we finally figured out what was going on. Cap actually figured it out. Something with the springs, and mind you, this is like, you know how it goes, right? If you've been in business, it's one of those things. We installed it, we got it running, we got the hell out of there. Then it was like, I don't know, 6 months or something, a year, whatever it was, somebody smashed into the door, right? Smashed into the glass door, busted its crap all up, right? We went out there, we, did our measurements, everything. We're like, we got to get these springs right. So they paid for like the first set. So I don't know how they did it. The guys did it, right? They were wrong. They got out there, they did it. I remember hearing rumors of it. They're like, they're still not right. Like, I mean, like, it's damn near the same. It's like, how can it be the same? Something, I forget how Cap told me what they figured out. They weren't calculating. There was something missing, like the drum size, or the drums were something. The cables were wrapped too much. I don't know. But they finally got it right. But what a stinking nightmare. Da, da, da. I see Mr. Tony jumped in the house. Da, da. What we got here? 12 of glass, 12. I'm not being nice about it. I'm charged. Okay, we got that for Tanner. He said, I've never had to install the glass in my life. North Central has Haas and already installed, which is nice. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the glass being installed or not. I mean, I guess it's like, I know in a nutshell, I'd rather them just package the hell out of them, and like run like 2x4s and wrapping down the side, and just send them individually. And then, part of me goes, I don't know, like, I mean, but I guess like with you, Tanner, it'd be a good question for you, how many of the North Central or Haas have you ever had any damaged ones? And maybe not. I mean, you probably, I don't even know. I shouldn't even say, I mean, you probably never had flooded ones. Oh, by the way, too, if you guys are cruising through, just hit the like button if you would, please. That's nice thing is I have already told the sub, and he does not care if he's going to build the GC. He says very unliked in my area. True name of Snake. He says I don't do jobs for him. He says I'm snubbed from about. Tony's got what's up. He says other company GC is already in a lawsuit. from this build has messed up every stage of the project. So let me jump in for a second. Let me tell you a little story for maybe some of the new guys that are cruising through or anything. So here's the thing, right? I had a builder, a brand new builder, and I wasn't super greenhorn still, but I was being dumb, right? And I liked the builders in a sense, the commercial builders, and I liked the commercial, right? So this guy just kind of popped up out of nowhere. I think it was like it was a horrible. It was like Boone's Construction. I don't know if they're still around. Anywho, this guy calls me up, and this is how you can get roped into this. So I don't want anybody else to do this, right? That's why like everything is pause, right? Everything is slow down. Let's think about this. Let's make sure everything's in writing. Let's get everything signed and dotted, and let's all make sure we're on the same page. You know what I mean? Because so this guy calls up, this construction guy, and he's like, hey, he's like, I need like, I don't remember how to build it. I think there was like six or four, one, two, three, four. It was 4 or 6 doors. No, 3, 4, 5. It must have been about 5. I think it was 5 doors. 5 doors. And I forget the size. I think they're 12 by 12s or something like that. And he's like, if you could get those in like 4 weeks, he's like, I'll put on another $500. I'm like, our vendor does it like in 3 weeks. I'm like, 4 weeks? Like, hell yeah, I can make that happen for an extra $500. Yeah, I got this. So anyways, we did it, right? And I told the guy, right? And this is, I don't know if this guy knew this or was playing the game or whatever, right? But what was happening is it was messed up. It makes me do this already. I don't want it to happen to you guys. So anyways, we're supposed to meet up at the job site. All of a sudden, something got messed. It was on my part. I have no doubt about that. I messed up with the delivery, right? And all of a sudden, maybe a week or so in, it dawned on me, holy crap. I don't want 5, 12 by 12, 14 by 14 doors or whatever being dropped off at my shop. And then I got to reload that crap and take it, because it was north, and it was a job that's it's right about an hour and 30 minutes one way. And so I was like, I don't want to deal with that. So I called the vendor real quick, and I'm like, hey, is there any way you can get the truck to go up there? The semi truck, instead of having them dropped off. Oh boy, I don't know. Can you send me an address? And they're flip flopping, and well, comes out it's going to be like $70 for them to deliver it up there. Go ahead. You know what I mean? That's nothing. You want me to buy them lunch too? So, anywho, but what happened is all of a sudden they were changing this schedule for me, and at the last minute, the dispatcher, whoever, contacted me and said, we got a little bit of a problem. I said, what's that? They said, you're going to have to be the first stop because we're putting these on the truck like last. So we want that off the truck first. I'm like, okay. So like the truck driver is going to be up there at like 6:30 or something in the morning. Maybe it was 7:30. I can't quite remember. And I'm like, okay, whatever we got to do. Like, right. Cause Uncle Dave's like, hell no, I'm not touching this crap again. Like, we're going to unload it off at the job site. And so here's where things got a little fishy, right? We unloaded off at the job site, and I was supposed to meet when I was dealing with this contractor. I said, look, we're going to need half down. Yeah, not a problem. I said, we're going to need half down. That's how we do this. I said, but I'll, so when they were being dropped off, we were supposed to get a check, but now the schedule got screwed up, right? It wasn't, normally our trucks always come around 8, 9, probably up there, it'd be about 10 o'clock. Hey, we got 5 likes, by the way. Thank you for hitting like button. So I got up there early though. Now here, you know how it is, right? Running around, chasing your tail. So I go up there, right? I meet with them. It's because it's like last minute. I mean, we're talking like 6 o'clock at night. The next day they're delivering this crap, and I'm making this stuff happen. So I'm like, I don't even have nobody to call, right? I don't even have like really nobody, I don't want to bug the guys. They already got their schedule figured out. They're in town doing stuff. So I'm like, I got to boogie up here in the morning, right? And so I get up there, I meet the truck driver. I'm out by the road. It's kind of a hard spot to find, doing the whole wave, come on, this way. And we unload the doors, and I'm thinking, all right, well, it's all good, right? I see the buildings up. What got me though what got me, right? My gut. I was like, who puts up the sides, all the sheet metal, but not the roof? Now I've worked for a lot of other builders, commercial red steel builders. And I'm like, I've never seen anybody do the sides first, but not the roof. That really threw me. And I thought, well, maybe they know something. It ties in, goes faster. Hell if I know. I don't know. So anyways, I left the job. That's where I messed up. I should have stayed there until the builder showed up and said, come on, buddy. Pay. Well, I didn't do that. I went on, I had more service calls. I had to get back to the shop. The phone's ringing off the hook. Dave's just, doing those 70-hour weeks, baby, grinding. And so I ended up, as time went on, I was really trying to think about how I could get the guys to finish this job without sloughing. I knew with that many doors and the guys I was sending up there, the experience they had, I thought they really could probably get those done in about 3 or 4 days. And they got a lift up there, all this stuff, So I told the one guy that was going to be kind of my lead guy on it. I told him, I said, hey man, I said, look, I said, if you get this job done, I said, if you get it done in 2 days or 3 days or even 4 days or, 4.5, I said, I'll pay you for the whole week. And he was like, yabba dabba doo. He's like, I'm going to be sleeping in my truck. He's like, we're going to be blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, you don't have to do all that. But I'm just like, if you can get it done, I'll pay you for the full week. So whatever, you get done 3 days, I'll pay you for the whole week. And I remember he cruised up there, right? Of course, these guys don't have cell phones, it seems like, which we did. But he goes up there on a Monday and he comes back. I'm literally in the office doing paperwork. He comes right in the door. And I'm just like, how are you here? Why are you here? Why did I not get a phone call? Anywho, he said something about, he goes, the builder shut the job down. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, he shut the job down. I'm like, who? I've never even heard of this. So I called up the builder and I'm like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, oh, this happens all the time. He's like, this is how I get, he goes, and should have been another, I knew it rang with me funny, but he goes, this is how I get more money out of the customer. And I'm just like, get more money out of the customer? What? So now spidey senses, right? The bells are ringing in my head. I'm going, this is something ain't right. This ain't right. I'm going, I just dropped off. I think it was approximately about $10,000 worth of material with this building that has no roof. So you guys know how this goes. Garage door springs, track, weather seal, not weather seal, who cares about the weather seal, but the boxes, the hardware boxes, the doors, right? The doors, the cardboard gets all nasty. We got a problem. So of course I call up there, right? And of course it's like, there's like 2 secretaries. There's like kind of the first one that catches and there's like a second one. I call up there, I'm like, hey, what's going on with this job site? Like, I'm like, I got material up there that like, I need to get, like, those things need to be, and I'm almost like, I'm trying to like be a little bit sneaky and be like, we need to get our material out of there. Like, it's going to rot. Like it's like baked goods, you know what I mean? It gets wet. It's toast. And, I can hear the other lady in the background talking, and these two are relaying stuff back and forth. And she's like, you just tell him that stuff can sit right where it's at and it's fine. And I went, oh shit. This ain't good. This ain't good. This ain't good. This is not good. This is bad. This is really bad. So I thought, I'm not screwing around. So I call up my attorney. You know what he always tells me? First thing he tells me, he answers the phone, right? Yes. Hello, Mr. Doopson. Hey. He goes, so what do you got signed? I don't got nothing signed. You know what I mean? If I did, I might have, but I was like, he goes, about all we can do is, he says, I think it was a material lien. He says, like a vendor, he says, because you didn't do the labor, so you can't do a construction, but it's a material lien. I'm like, we got to do whatever we got to do, baby. And so we did. And that was our saving grace. Because when we did that, what happened is it made that place, that establishment up there, the customer, in a sense, aware that you got a lien on your property. You know what I mean? I'm not screwing around. So what happened is that builder went bye-bye. and this probably, I don't know how long this went on. It went on for a while. Our stuff sat up there for all of a good, I don't know, probably 6 months. And another builder came in. That builder contacted me, real straight up guy. I went back up there, right? More time, more money. And so I cruise all the way back up there. I have a meeting with them in their little corporate office up there. Nice places. This place is huge. This is like, it's like 1,000 acres. It's like a whole community of people that live up there. Golf course, swimming. I mean, it's like it's its own little cult, if you want to call it. I don't know. And so I'm sitting down with the builder, and we're talking. He says there's doors. We ended up putting them in our semi. And I'm just like, oh, thank goodness, because they're just sitting out in the rain. And of course, you know how it is. Every night, you're laying in bed, you hear it rain, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I got material sitting outside. The springs are all getting rusty. The hardware boxes, the bottoms are going to blow out. And so he told me, though, that the builder, I said, I thought it was kind of weird that the builder, hey, we got 5 likes. If you guys can get me up to 10, I'd appreciate that. So don't mind, hit that like button. It's just one. It's really easy. I know. Let's do it together. Let's work it out. All right, there we go. Stretch that finger. Bam. That's all you gotta do. Thank you. We got 6. There you go. We're exercising together, baby. So, anyways, the builder goes, yeah. He goes, it was weird that he puts up his he puts up the sidewalls first and not the ceiling and the roof. I'm like, I know. I was like, isn't that a little? And he goes, you don't want to know something else? So I'm like, do tell. He says he ended up putting the sheet metal. I didn't even know this was a thing, right? He says he put the sheet metal on backwards. It's on backwards. So all the sheet metal has to come off this red steel building, and they can't even like basically use it. Now, you know how it's probably going to go to somebody's shed or deer blind or something, but you know, and I'm just like, whoa, that's not good. So of course, you know, before I left, I went, looked at my material, kind of gathered what was there, you know, because now does stuff get pilfered? You know what I mean? When stuff's in turmoil like that. Of course, the springs are all nice and rusty, you know, but they're still usable. But they're gonna need some oil, and hardware boxes, everything's all just been out in the weather. So anywho, just one of those things. That's why I get real funny about, like, I'm always like signature, and it was my fault. I literally should have made sure I should have stayed there on the job, because this was another week or two maybe later. By the time the guys were going up there, I should have stayed at the job site. And as soon as that guy would have gave me any flack, I'd go, oh hell no, we get half down right now. You know what I mean? And I should have never even ordered the doors before we even got half down. So that's why I'm always, you know, telling you guys, signatures, half down, everything needs to be in writing. I don't care what anybody says. You know what I mean? I've had customers, everything, handshakes. I hate to say it, most time don't work. It won't hold up in court. It won't hold up with your attorney. They'll bug you and cry and mope and everything. But if you got signatures, you can do something about it. But that job was, I was literally thinking at nighttime, my brain just sitting there thinking the whole time. I'm like, we're going to go up there. We're going to bring a trailer. And the problem was it was off the road a ways. And they had a little swing gate. But it was like the woods was open to it. And I'm like, we go up there and we could I just want to get my damn material. And I'm just like, we could, 4 guys, we could probably huff that crap out of there. You know, and on the road is kind of a busy road. I mean, all these things you think about, they don't get paid for. You know, like, it was my fault. There should have been some stuff different. So just don't be a dum-dum. Tanner's guy said, I've never had to install. Says, that's nice. Thing is, I have already told the sub. True. What's up, Tony? The GC messed up the project. Tony, how are you? How weather in your neck of the woods? No snow, just cold, man. I wish it was just. I was literally thinking today. I just kept thinking to myself. I go, I do not like the stinking snow, man. I do not. I don't mind the cold. The cold is whatever, but the snow, I don't like shoveling it because I don't get paid for it. I don't have a snowmobile anymore, so I don't ride in it. And it seems like the weather's always in between. Like, you either got to go way north, up in the upper peninsula of Michigan, or then you got to store it for most of the season, blah, blah, blah. And then, what was the other thing today? Slipping and sliding. That's the ice, baby. I don't like the ice. I almost did it. I almost did it. You're not supposed to. I almost got studs put in the tires, and today would have been a day to get the studs in the tires because it is just ice. It's slick. So yeah, we got some snow, but did not stick. A little freeze rain. This is the other day, but yeah, just cold, man. What's up, Kevin? Got Kevin. I forgot Blue. I forgot Wes today. I got my drink. Says that's crazy, Tanner. So I think it's an option with CHI to field install. Man, there's 2 trucks going down the road, man. They're going way too fast. Install glass, never get it. That he says way. He says I want factory installed and sealed. I think, you know, it's like with Kevin's comment there. I think it's why, like, it's irritating to me because, like, with the bottom seal and just like with the glass, I'm right there with Kevin. It's like, I want it all done on your nice factory table in a heated building, and you got your workers, right? Because that costs me time. You know what I mean? It costs me time. I got to do it. Plus, I'm not seasoned, right? And until I get to probably about the last 3 panels, I'm like, I'm a pro. I got this. Or you're snapping things together. Or if you got to put those weird plastic clips on and you break one, and they're not nice enough to give you any extra ones, well, you just walk your happy butt over to the bin and grab another one. You know what I'm saying? Where when I'm in the field, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, did they send any extra? You got, you know, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm with you. It's like, that's why bottom seals I want done at the factory. I have no reason for them not to be. Glass, same way, sealed, whatever you got to do. You got to use a little Beetlejuice, whatever, to keep it sealed up nice. Says, yeah, Kevin. He says, still I have to install sealed, gaskets, glass, and plastic containers to keep them in. Takes about an hour to install. Wow, install 1 panel of glass, 5 glasses panels per door, 4 sections, like 20 hours. Dude, that's insane. That's insane. And you know how it is. You never realize it until you're at the job. You know, and the conditions can always change on you. And it's just like, dude, I want this stuff already installed, man. I don't want to mess, you know, please just package it better. Like I said, rip some 2x4s down the side, bungee this thing together, whatever you got to do. You know, if it's a little bit more for packaging, whatever, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff too that I want options. Like, I understand that's going to cost a little bit more probably. You know what I mean? I'll pay the 20, 40 bucks per door or per whatever section, you know, because I know when you get out there what it's going to take. You know what I mean? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Dun, dun, dun. This is just installed glass. One guy says, so we've got normal, that's normal, guys. He says employees 40 hours work week. Yeah, man, it adds up. Adds up. Then you think, that's when you start thinking about, you think about what you're paying your guys and what you could be still, you know, get this job done. And you're like, yeah, I'll pay the whatever, you know, 20, 40, 60 bucks for them to do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a way bigger cost savings than having your guys that are trained in other stuff, right? Like, I mean, like, that's like, how do I say it? You know what I mean? It's like maybe like washing the windows, right? You're like, dude, like, I can hire my mom or my wife to come out and wash windows. It's going to be a better value because, you know what I mean? These guys are like, they're big burly dudes and they know what to do for like other stuff. You know what I mean? They did. Oh, Tanner's got said, did they on this project side? But no roof. Oh man, he says now he's done, but that's how it was for over a year. This project is going on 3 years. Wow, that's weird. Kevin says, I've had one contractor want to match glass with windows and man doors. Only time I've installed with no glass, but he says had window company install glass since it was their glass. Oh, nice. Holy cow. What's up, Richard? Hello from North, is it California? Nice. Hope you're doing good. But the weather, well, North, how's the weather over there? Yeah, I don't really, there's just certain things, kind of like when we were talking about another video. Hey, we got up to 9 likes. We're getting close to 10. Thank you for hitting the like button. So like, somebody was mentioning, we were talking about on that one Clopay door job, you know, about the jams. And, you know, I was thinking about it. And I was like, Yeah, I'm not really like I've been trying to tell Mr. Caleb. I've also been trying to talk to him about like furring out jams is just not my jam. Furring out jams is not my jam. You know what I mean? Can I do it? Yeah, I can. But what I keep seeing to some degree is that you ever notice like when you do framing, like it's a different world, man. I mean, trust me, I've framed houses, I've done roofs, I've done, but it's like you gotta get those speed square out, you gotta have the skill saw, you gotta have the screws that are long enough. I mean, you gotta have the nails. I mean, it's just like I've realized I just go, no, I'm gonna put that on the builder, or I'm gonna put that on the homeowner. Like that's just not my department because the one like that Caleb did a while back, we don't know what's back there. They had some kind of OSB or whatever across it. I don't know what the hell's back there, man. What I'm hitting, for setting screws and stuff like that. I'm leaving that on the builder. I'm leaving that on the homeowner. You know what I mean? So I just look at it and I go, nope, no thanks. You know what I mean? Make the jams right for me. Tanner says, did the glass match the weight of the glass the door company would you provide, or how did they figure the spring? That's a good question. That is a really good question because that's my biggest fear too, right? With the glass is especially when you start doing multiple. I've had this problem, especially with what do you call it? Car washes. The car washes and oil change places. I've had a lot of problems with that, right? You start replacing, we'll put it, because I used to get guys all the time, save money, right? We'll put a piece of plexiglass in there. And then it's like the first time you pull the ripcord, on the door, it's like, woo, man, it's a rocket. It's like, what the hell happened? Well, I mean, you got, two panels in here that all three glass panes are plexiglass because people keep bumping into it. The door got lighter. You know what I mean? So you got to, yeah, that's a good question. What's up, Eric? Says, hey, Dave, hope you're doing good. Glad you're here. I see Dab. I jumped on. I says, love you, Dave. I'm sorry. Love you too, Dab. Hope you're doing good. We figured it after glass. Figured it after the glass got installed. He's Dab. He's already married. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's right. Why is Tony not blue? Let's see if we can fix that. Oh, this is weird. Dude, this is weird. Why won't it let me click on him? So I can pin, remove, report, remove. We don't want to do any of that. Dude, what's up with that, Tony? I cannot make you. Is it because like you have your own channel now? Are you in what do they call it? Are you in detention? That's weird. I can't do nothing with Tony. That is weird. Huh. And it's weird because he shows up gray. But let's see. I guess Dab shows up gray too. Eric. Dude, that's messed up. What does this says? Is it demoted? I got demoted. Not on my end. I guess it's like it makes you wonder, like if it's because you got a channel or something. I don't know. That's really weird. Did you get? Huh. And Tony says, Dave, don't. Right. Oh, whatever. We all love Papa Tony. He's always got good stuff. That's really weird though. It blows my mind. Let me just make sure I'm clicking on something. Maybe I can click somewhere else. I can pin message, report, move. Maybe I had to scroll down. Here we go. Okay, so I can add them. Can review, remove, chat message. Okay, right. Can what does this change? Okay, so let's go like this. Bam. Is now hopefully it turns blue now. We'll see. Hopefully I got it. That's so weird. I don't know how that did that. But that's just like the whole thing too, right? Some of you guys got to always make sure that you're still subscribed. You got the bell notification. You don't have the bell notification if you don't want, because I understand sometimes life is busy. But, all that, because stuff changes. They like to do certain things behind their backs. Says, damn, Tony, did you get into an argument with Dave or something? He should be back on. Let me fire the truck up for a second. Throw a little heat. Get a little cloudy in here. Tony's got, he says, Sir Tony started his own YouTube. Nah, Tony's good, man. He's got good stuff, man. Says, yeah, Eric, he started talking shit about my Surewinder. The good old Surewinder. I'm hoping we'll see. I think it's maybe March, January. No, not March. It was either February or March. So I might get down February or March with Pop Tony. I got some stuff going down in his neck of the woods. Tony says, yeah, Turner, I don't know why. I still love him though. Gotta be a hater. It's funny. Probably start argument. He says, but Spring Turner or Eric says, well, as much as I like to give Tony crap and Tanner about their Surewinders because they're just so supreme, I do think they're better. So I haven't played with one yet. Hoping to. My guess is I think they are better though. But I'll tell you what. If I still needed something, I'd still take the Spring Turner over nothing, because after I did those ones with Josh and I did 3 doors, what was it, 2, 4, 5, 6 springs? There was no huffing and puffing. I was like, dude, this is great. Like I just did them in sequence, took the scissor lift, excuse me, just wind. That's pretty nice. Tony says, well, Eric, if you want to make money, you better get your Surewinder. It says I'd probably get the Sure window scene. He says that is what people talk about more often. More people talk about it. Yeah, and I don't think there was like a huge price difference from when I remember when I bought that Spring Turner. It's if you could find one even at like a discount or something, I'd take a Spring Turner. If I could find one, probably for, my guess is like $600-800 used, I'd scoop that up in a heartbeat. I've been thinking about, since we got the one, I thought about going with a residential one, so we at least have a pair, right? And then probably as time progresses, we would also maybe, we get like a Surewinder or something like that. But I got to make sure the guys are using it. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely a learning curve. You know what I mean? Like it's awkward at first, but once you realize how much it can save your shoulders, but a lot of people just, there's this, I know I was young once, and look at all these gray hairs, and everybody just, I like doing it, it's muscle. Well, yeah, well, just remember that one day you're going to, your shoulder's going to be hurting, dude. Do you think doors should be installed before drywall? Ooh, that's a good question. I think I could go, so just to kind of touch, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinion. Hey, we got 9 likes. We got to get to 10. Let's hopefully we can get to 10 likes. So anyways, I've even made Papa Tony, I turned him back to blue, like a Smurf. All right. So hey, look, there we go. Thank you. So it's all good. So here's the thing. What I've seen that I think works the best is when the builders, right, for residential, I guess it could be for barns or something too, a little bit bigger, is when they run the wood all the way to the ceiling. And they do the center, and they do across the header, right? And then they just piece their drywall in there, right? The drywaller guy, they butt their stuff up to that wood. I think that is the best. I think it looks the best. I think it makes the most sense. It works good for all the contractors, the drywaller and the garage door guy. Now, I'd like to hear from you guys a little bit. That, do you prefer, I prefer 2x6 on the side. That's just me. I just feels like it gives me enough wiggle room that if somebody didn't build a jam, you know, they built it a little wider than they should have, whatever. I feel more comfortable in 2x6. Now it's different. Sometimes they run a 1x, or not a 1x, but like a 2x, whatever, you know, the opposite opponent way, and that builds it out a little bit. But I always just feel a little more comfortable when I see a 2x6. I go, oh, plenty of meat, baby, plenty. Because I've had some where it's like, you know how it is, where you're putting your screws in that bracket's hanging over, you know, a quarter to a half, and it's like, and then you're like, am I going to blow the board, split it? Not fun. Howdy, y'all. What's up, Edward? Hope you're doing good. Know the name of winding devices with 2 ratcheting bars? Ooh. That's what I use, unless I have big commercial springs. Still do them by hands. Man, that sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen. I don't know the name of that one. Maybe one of the guys do. Tanner's guy says, no, I hate doing that when they cut around all the hinges. Yeah, says hinges, drop them. He says back in previous holes. Oh, are we talking about the top, the lid? The lid. Oh, he says they make a mess. That up before, I don't care. That is a good point. That is a good point. And I think this is a good point, right? So if we're talking about the lid, the ceiling, got 11 likes. Thank you for hitting the like button. I guess it all depends, right? I kind of prefer, I don't like doing it. I prefer after the drywallers are there. It's more work, right? It's more time. You got to think about it a little bit, right? Like that last video you seen, like me, that was kind of the best. I thought I did kind of good for myself, honestly. Shooting that laser, that worked out pretty good. But it was very, like, trying to find the studs and all that was very time consuming, very. So this is why, in a nutshell, I like running a piece of angle, you know, wide enough, not just exact. Get yourself a little fudge room in there, right? And then if you put that up and the drywallers bring it down, they put it back up. And let's say they, you know, it's not right. Something's not right. Now the customer calls you. Hopefully, you can go back and you got enough slots on there, right, that you can move your track around where you need to without having to drop it. Because maybe they know where the studs are at or whatever. They do the sheetrock, whatever. You know what I mean? So, but I do kind of prefer it when the drywall's up before, you know, I don't like to. But that's also why what I'm getting at is when you got open rafters, don't be I call it lazy butt. Don't drop them. Don't do just drops. You know what I mean? That's easy, right? Just do a drop down, do a kicker from the flat piece of wood, right? The rafter, whatever you call it, the ceiling, the lid, without no ceiling in it yet, no drywall. Because those, they're going to get all jacked up. The drywallers will hate you. And I've seen them try to poke through them. It's a nightmare, right? I'd rather just get that piece of angle across horizontally. I'd rather them drop that, do whatever they got to do, put it back up. Hopefully they get it pretty good. If not, you're going to come back out, but hopefully you got room to move it. It says if they need to finish a drywall or paint, tape it all off. Tanner said, Edward, the brute winder is the sure winder big brother. That is true. That is very true. Something that's a very good point, because I didn't know that. I thought the brute winder was something totally different. I didn't know what it was. So the brute winder is the big commercial spring winding device, and then the sure winder is this residential, or the little brother. There's a little brother and there's a big brother. And so brute winder, big boy, commercial. Sure winder, little boy, residential. I didn't know that. Big brother has been doing commercial springs for 3 years with mine, and it's great. That's good. It's holding up. Says I dislike mud on my shiny new doors. Yes, and especially on springs. Ugh, on the springs. It's like that. Whatever that mud is, man, it makes those springs rust way quicker too. And I will not install doors if sheetrock is to be done. That's pretty cool. You know, when I think about the sheetrock, I keep thinking about the concrete. And I'm always like, how many of you guys are actually installing doors on dirt floors? Now I get that they're not going to put something in there; they're just putting gravel or something. But what I'm saying is like I'm a big like, I'm like, you get concrete in here, like, you know. And I've had builders try to persuade me, right? Well, we need to block it off because it's cold out. We got to run heaters, and that's like almost another way for them. I believe, just my opinion, they manipulate you, and it's like, no, you go get some tarps, you go get some 2x4s or whatever you gotta do, get some plywood because you got a lot of it, right? You got that big old Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards card. You go spend that puppy and you take that material and use it for your next job. But you block this thing off and you blow it with heat and all that. I don't need to put no garage door up. You know what I mean? Unless circumstances, I've been there. There's only one opening. They got to go in and out. Yeah, okay. But really, they need to pay. Thanks, Tanner. Dave admitted it. Surewinder, it is superior. Yeah, I'm there. I think the Surewinder, from what I've watched, it works a little. It's a little nicer, a little more convenient. Spring turner. Does the Sure? I gotta find something. Does the Surewinder come with a nice case? Because the spring turning came with a really nice case, and the customer service was fine. They were all nice. Little felt primitive. I forget. Did I do it online? I think I did everything online, or maybe I filled out a form. Sent it back to them. They were real nice people. Real nice people. You know what I mean? Tanner's guy says the brute winder is adjustable for 3 to 6 inches as well. Now, see, here's the thing, right? To kind of go with Tanner's comment there, the brute winder, like oh, so it can go to 3-inch, right? Well, 3-inch, I guess it's not like residential, but the problem I'm having is with that spring turner, right? With the commercial version, I guess is what I have. They don't really have a good definition how, like, I didn't even know they had it, but it's heavy. Oh man, it's heavy. It's a beast. You know what I mean? It's a chunk of metal. It's not unbearable. It's just, it's a beast. Richard's guy says, do you think CH doors are going to get hammered with Chinese imports and tariffs? Man, Richard, I'm really glad you brought this up. I think this is a good topic. I was literally just listening to a guy when I was driving over to the shop here, and I guess from what I understand, there's a ton of buying going on right now with some of these companies because they know it's coming, right? The tariffs, so they're buying a lot of product before these tariffs take effect. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I really don't know what else they can do. You know, and then there's that part of me too that I go, you know what? There's all these times. This is just my opinion. I think they do stuff right. It's like shaking a beehive, right? And everything always is like, it's like trying to create buzz, right? Trying to get people to spend their money. So like when I kind of heard that, right, you might first say, oh my gosh, you know, maybe we should stock up on some doors, and, you know, just, oh, what if, you know, if these things, but you know what it is, you know how it always is, right? The customer always pays for it. Now, you know how it is. You can't always store so much. So it's not like you can just store warehouse after warehouse of product. And yeah, you could make maybe a little bit of money, right? By the time you sell it to the customer, but eventually that time hits where you go, I got to buy it. This is the extra cost. I got to raise my prices to whatever my competition or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, you're going to raise them regardless, right? And you're still making more money. But I don't know. That's a good, I love to hear what you guys have to say about it. and then it's one of those things you got to remember too, that these companies aren't stupid. So like Toyota's been one that's already had manufacturing over here. So in a nutshell, all they're going to do is they're going to be building up warehouses or buying up warehouses and stuff like that and retooling them to make this stuff here so they don't have to pay the tariffs, right? And hiring hopefully local um, Americans and whoever else to run these ones so they can just produce it here and say, well, it's American made now, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Sometimes it can be it's a weird demographic. But Toyota's already ahead of that game, right? They've already been doing that. That's why it's always kind of funny. So my dad years ago used to work for he's a tool and die by trade, and he sits there with the computers, makes all the engineering, stuff, all that stuff in the office. He's retired now. But years ago, he always told me, he says, Dave, he says, people, if they read the fine print, he says, they don't realize that most of the time, these like I think Toyota was one of them, that there's more parts made here in the US for Toyota than there is General Motors. And I'm like, that's interesting. So, yeah, go look at the dealerships and read the tags, made in Mexico, made in whatever, made in, blah, 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 blah. If you looked at all the parts, where the parts come from in a sense, right? So that's why I'm always like, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't really care. I just look at it and I go, I've had customers, I ain't gonna lie, I've had customers that, I've drove the Fords and stuff like that, or the Chevys, and they, oh, you're American made. And I'm thinking, so we think, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where this came from. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, I'd love for it to be, I'd love support America, but I also look at it and I go, regardless, everything is out of your pocket. And all I care about, and for you guys too, is that whatever's out of the shop that's making you money is good. You know what I mean? But if it's in the shop being repaired and it's breaking down all the time, no good. I thought CHA doors were American made. Probably American assembled. American assembled. Rich B's here. What's up, Rich? You do have to buy a different drill. Okay, so that is okay for the brute winder. Okay, so I'm glad Tanner brought this up. It's a standard drill. You can't wind it with a normal drill. See, now that's interesting because what size were I doing? I don't know. I was probably doing 3-inch sizes, and I was doing it with a standard cordless, just Milwaukee DeWalt 18-volt drill. Had no problem. That would be a good one. That's what we should, because I believe Tony's got the brute winder. Tony, you got the brute winder? You have to let me know. Because that would be something I'd like to compare them with. If we could get 2 springs side by side, big springs, and see which one will do it, won't do it. If the gearing is different, that'd be cool. Edward, Art Mole Store, hardware made in China, hinges, rollers, etc. Probably, right? They all go to wherever it's cheaper. I mean, I always remember, I thought, it was like, if I was building doors, and if I could buy them from, what's that one called? Alibaba, and I could get them shipped over here. Yeah, why not, right? I mean, you can make more money. People want cheaper. You can charge a certain price. You can make more money, more profit. It sucks. It sucks that we're here. It really does. I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I'm not proud of it by any means, but you look at everything we buy, and sometimes a lot of us go by price, and it's horrible. I mean, we have been bought and paid for a long time, right? Just like George Carlin says. Yeah, watch George Carlin. He'll teach you a few things. He's passed away. Rest in peace. Correct. Liftmaster Evans here. Hello, America. Hello. Tanner says, hope you're doing good, Evan. That would be great. About CHI, he says, I don't like CHI. Personally installed them for 4 years and then found better doors. Wouldn't ever go back, I'm assuming. So, here's the thing. I've dealt with a lot. There was a company around here that was doing a lot of, like spec homes and stuff like that. And by the way, thank you guys. We got up to 11 likes. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, please do. I'd appreciate it. So, I really don't remember. It's really weird, but I don't remember that many CHI doors being insulated. I just don't recall them. But I remember a lot of non-insulated ones, pan doors. And I always remember they had a 207. Most of them have 207, a pair of 207 springs on there. And, I never really minded them. I didn't have no problems with them. I didn't have nothing where I remember them being goofy. I think the ones that we did had two struts on them. I don't remember if they had an operator bracket. We were doing this one subdivision for a long time. And I remember they ended up, we had like kind of a contract with them. So anytime they had any problems, they would use us, which was great. They were a great customer. And their whole place was all CHI doors, and I remember like when somebody had run into a door section, it was always like, what do we do? Because of course, right, their houses all it was a 16x7, and then it would be a 9x7 next to it. So it's like, you want them to kind of match. And then sometimes it was like we did both doors just so the sheen would match up. But I don't remember too much with a CHI door. I remember standard spring. Now, I remember with which ones is it? Oh, why am I drawing a blank in my head? Who's the company that uses 2 1/4? Not Rain. Is it Rainer? Rainer doors. Every time I come across a Rainer door, I wanted to because I always had a double check, right? And I had to find, was it 2 1/4 spring or whatever? And I thought, why do they got to use this stupid 2 1/4 size? So I had to always really double check everything I was doing. And their doors would always be a weird, like a little thicker or something. So, man, this cop is flying down this road. No lights. Slippery as snot out. Tanner, that's a whole hog drill. It's a big one, man. That's why I was a little bit nervous with the brute winder, is I kept thinking, gosh, if I got to use a different drill, like, how am I going to power that thing? I have to bring a power pack up with me. It's not the end of the world, but hey, look at that. Tony's blue. He says, I like using a 1x4, Dave? Oh, gotcha. Like 1x4. What is it? Late night? It's not that late, is it? What time is it? What's it got, Evan? Late night stream? It's only, 10? It's Saturday, right? Saturday night. Be out at the club. Right? Spending all your money, buying those ladies the shots. There you go, Eric. I'm blue again. Love it. Tanner says, Tony and Dave, hug it out. Oh, that's funny. I have no idea. I don't remember ever hitting nothing. So it's hard to say what happened. Don't know. Guess we'll probably never know. Tony's, how's it going, Evan? Eric's got, he says, I still think CHI has the best pan doors. Midland is probably good, but I've yet to encounter them. I really like the Midland, man. I'm telling you, the one thing I really, really like about Midland, and if anybody's done a Midland door recently, I'm like, probably, I don't know if they do on the commercial side, but at least on the residential side, please put it in the comments, because it's been a while. It's been a while since I've done a Midland door, but I love, man, their boxes always felt so crisp, at least where we got them from. Nice crisp boxes. And I loved when you opened up that and there'd be this, just a sheet of paper, like, right. But it had a checklist on it. I loved that. Loved it. I loved it. I mean, it was like, it just was a reassurance, right? So here, this is a good one. Hear me out. So I screwed up on that Clope door. Right? I got a lot of comments from you guys. Thank you, by the way. I learned so much from you guys, and I hope you guys learn from me and everybody else here. It's a great community. I love having you guys here. And that's why I love doing this. So obviously that Clope one, right? I should have used the 2 sets of number 3s. I learned that. I got 3 to 6 messages that were like, yo, man, and I'm thinking, okay, I got it, right? I got it. It worked the way I did it. It worked fine. I didn't notice anything funny. But here was the thing I was thinking about when I was laying in bed. Because yes, I still think about stuff a lot when I lay in bed. Or on the pooper. Sometimes stuff comes to me on the pooper. Isn't that weird? Not so much the shower, but the pooper. I don't know. Anyways, um, so anywho, I was thinking about it, and I said, you know what? I thought that's why that piece of paper in that Midland box is so important. Because when I open up their box and they got it stuck to the top, right? And it's got somebody's initials, some, not AI, not some, temp. It could be a temp worker. I don't know. You know what I mean? But somebody's initials on there. And I see they checked off, it's got 6 rollers or 10 rollers. It's got this many hinges. It's got this. And it's all checked off human like, right? Not the animated crap you get in the mail. I tell myself, I go, oh, now, I tell you what, if I would have seen that in those Clopay boxes, I would have thought a lot harder about it. And I might have decided to use 2 sets of number 3s. Because if I would have opened up, especially when there was 3 hardware boxes there, if I would have opened them up and seen handwritten that was even done a little differently, initials, I would have said, that's odd. Why did somebody literally put in these hinges? You know what I mean? And they put them in wrong. But if it would have said on the paperwork for that door, even if they wrote in what size, and they would have wrote, 4 sets or whatever, or 4 hinges, number 3 hinges, that would have made my brain think. I would have went, something's off. I'm doing something wrong here. And I might have called for help. But there was nothing. There was no extra instructions. There was no yellow slip that said, hey, just a friendly reminder. This thing could be this is a little different for a 10 by 10. Nothing. Just something to think about. So that's why I really, really love Midland doors for their paper. If they're still doing it, I'm assuming they're doing it. They put it in there with that checklist. I thought, you see, this is why, like, signatures, that check mark, how important that stuff is. Because, like I said, it would have made me stop and go, in 3 hardware boxes, they got this checked off, and it says here that they put 4 hinges in or whatever. You know what I mean? Those are the things I really, really like. Attention to detail, right? All these door companies, they just slap stuff together. I want to say other stuff. I'm going to keep it clean. They want to slap stuff together, and they just send it out. And they send it out by weight, which is the worst, it feels like, because it's just somebody going, this one's off. I don't want to go through. I don't know. I don't care. I'm quitting tomorrow. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. Tony says, I got to send some hearts. Send some hearts to Dave. Oh, snap. Tanner says, Midland is good. North Central is better. Very strong doors. I have not found a better pan door. I installed Midland for 8 years. Says, and found North Central. It's smaller company, but focuses on quality built. Now, here's the thing. I don't want to be like, I don't want to sound bad about this, right? Because I mean, who doesn't like a thicker car, right? So don't rust out so fast, and a nice solid truck bed or heavier steel and just everything above, right? And I know, like, the Invicta doors, like Tony's been talking about, those are really feel like they're pretty stout, solid doors too. But what I'm getting at is that, to be honest, in a nutshell, how do I say this? I'm not trying to say the quality of the door has never really affected me. It feels like, yeah, do some hold up better? Absolutely. You know what I mean? I mean, there's no doubt about that. There's some that are thicker, got better coatings and all that kind of stuff, right? My biggest problem for me was always the parts. That was my biggest problem. And if I could find a vendor always, right, that comes with a rope, that comes with a slide lock, that comes with a grab handle, that comes with a foot peg, comes with an operator bracket, comes with the right number of struts for a 16 by 7. Not this cheesy, oh, we only send you one because we're assuming you're not going to put an opener in it. Bull crap. We live in, 21st century people, man. Come on. Everybody's got a stinking opener. The odds are very slim they're not putting an opener in it. So send me 2 damn struts. So, you know what I mean? But I've had more problem with parts not being there than I ever have. You know what I mean? And I guess even like I was just sitting here thinking about Tanner, and I was thinking about myself on those clopay doors. And he had problems with bottom brackets, and I had problems with bottom brackets. I was always taught or told by the manufacturer, at least Wayne Dalton, we wanted to switch a customer over, right? They had, I think it was 16 by 8s or something like that. I can't quite remember, but they're going to put high lift in there. The guy was going to put a lift in his garage. He had the doors already with standard, so I just want to change the track over. There was a big red flag, couldn't do it because they needed on the bottom brackets, need to have pins. And I'm like, why they got, like, what? Supposedly there's more reinforcement, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom brackets have to change. And that's because now you're putting a jack shaft opener on, basically a jack shaft opener that you're dumping the springs, dumping the cables, that it could pop off the button. It could. It's a very slim chance, right? But that's why you got to have pins. Now, I did these big commercial doors, right? And I've done a lot of commercial doors, and you always have pins on commercial door, especially stuff that's hitting 12 by 12, 14 by 14, and etc. and bigger. And they gave us these little tiny bottom brackets with buttons, the ones where the cables pop on, they don't pin on. And I'm thinking, I gotta put, I mean, they got a lot of high lift, a little bit of horizontal, I'm like, I'm not putting these bottom brackets on. Like, dude, like if this door gets snagged up somewhere and goes crooked, like I think there's a video out there. I said something about, Clopay's trying to kill my customer. And I think that's how I titled it. So I changed all the bottom brackets, right? But what I'm getting at here is that if Clopay and Wayne Dalton would ever listen to me, start making a list. It could be even computer generated, but if it had a list of the build out of this thing, in a sense, you know what I mean? Even the hand initials or something, somebody went through it and spec'd out that said, look, we whatever, we recommend the bottom bracket. Because I tell you what, with Clopay's been the biggest one. I get these bottom brackets, and I know Tanner's had the same problem, and it's like, where did this bottom bracket come from? Like, did somebody walk over to the residential line and just grab some? Like, bottom bracket's a bottom bracket. No, it's not, man. We're talking about people's lives here. We're talking about entrapment. We're talking about death, and I don't want to be that guy that the 5 o'clock, the news reporters coming on, right? And, affordable door and gate. Tell me what you know. You installed these doors. And I'm like, bah, 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 bah. It came down and killed Lassie. What do we got here? Tony, still trying to figure why I've had 2 hits on my Facebook Marketplace listing, and both people have left me on read. Would have been nice to do that 3-door install. Yeah, I mean, Evan, don't fret it too much right now. Like I said, it's something you got to always remember is that things move really slow to some degree. You know what I mean? So, like I said, right now, at least the way I'm feeling it, right? The market's not doing real good, right? Prices are still up. Food is extremely expensive. People trying to eat is expensive. There's a lot of, people are not moving right now. People are so focused on, the Thanksgiving and the holidays and then Christmas, people are pinched, for money. So, I mean, and like I said before, people will do their roofs before they'll do their garage doors, right? Because they're leasing out the car. They don't care. It's a lease, right? Or maybe they're renting it, whatever they're doing, the car. I don't know what they do, or even if they own the car, right? They'll park it outside, so, I'll just have to start it up. I got an electric start on it. So that can happen. And I'm sure it is happening to some degree right now. So don't be too devastated. And plus, like I said, it's that type of time of year where things will kind of ball up, and then, you might get a swing, you might get a little bump, stuff doesn't really start moving till like the spring, at least from what I found out, at least with residential. There's still broken springs, but like I said, when that stuff happens, right, you got to be the fireman. You got to be on top of the list, or they got to know you or recommend you or see your sticker or have your business card. Because if they can't find you, right, it's like, that's why I always say, right, we are tow truck drivers and we are firemen. The reason we're tow truck drivers is because we are just like a fire extinguisher, right? We are not important until there is a fire. until that garage door bracket pulls off the door, or the spring, or the door goes crooked, and then it's, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, and it's just, they're running all over the place. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We gotta get this fixed. My car's trapped. Or can't have this neighbors. The Mrs. Jones is gonna think it looks horrible, and they need somebody out there like now. I mean, most of the time, at least most of my customers have always been, it's not like they're shopping around. I never had a customer pull it out for 2 or 3 or 6 months or a year, right? It's always like they're pretty much ready to pull the trigger. Their door's pretty much dead. So it's either the tow truck drivers, which is, I'm in a ditch, I need somebody to pull me out. That's why I always explain the tow truck driver, is because if you were stuck on the side of the road with any of you, by yourself or with your family, and you call the tow truck company, and he goes, we probably can't get to you for a couple days, you'd be like, I gotta have to call somebody else. I'll let you know. You call up somebody else. It might be 10 hours. I'm gonna keep trying around. I'm gonna see if I can. You know what I mean? I could probably be out there in 30 minutes. How much? $100. Get out here. You know what I mean? The firemen, the reason I say firemen is because when you go to the job, we all know this, especially if you've been doing this, right? Is you got to have everything on the truck. At least you hope, right? Because every time you make a trip back, if you don't have a strut, you don't have a torsion tube, you carry 16 but not 18, and that's why it's gotten better if you use the system. If you use the system, which is get pictures. Get pictures, and you use whatever kind of wording. Hey, I could expedite this a little faster for you. In the meanwhile, could you send me some pictures? I'm going to send you over some paperwork. I'm going to get you on the system. I need you to prove this. You can do whatever you want. You know what I mean? But in the meanwhile, maybe you're loading up the vehicle, you're getting ready, you're leaving a party, you're leaving whatever. You get pictures, and all of a sudden you look at something and go, oh, no, that's not good. It's an old wood door. It's an old Crawford. Right? It's got the springs. I don't have those springs. You know what I mean? Like, best I can do for you, Mrs. Jones, is I can come over. I can get you out, but I'm not going to have that spring. I'm going to have to order it. Is that okay? It's going to be 120, whatever you charge, 175. Yep, that's fine. And then what you do is lock her in, be like, just say, hey, look, we take this off your bill, right? This goes towards your, so that way they feel like they're getting a discount. Once we come back, instead of it being whatever 400, it's going to be 300 because you've already, you do it however you want. You can charge too, but you got to at least get paid while you're there. Because these people do all kinds of weird things. They do the Houdini on you, and then they'll just have their, nephew will come and, I can do it. I'll do it for like some bubble gum and some root beer floats, Dun, dun, dun. Tanner's got doors. One thing you need to remember, Evan, says people don't care about your time, or you just saying yes. And Facebook is a very, I haven't had really, I never came across a video or anything, but Facebook is really weird. You know what I mean? Like Facebook, I always put on there, like, please do not, because I've done it. I've accidentally hit the, is this still available? And I'm like, fudge. And just by scrolling or whatever, but I always put in there, please don't ask if this is available. You can word it however, it's still available, blah, blah, blah. It's amazing how there's a lot of sheep out there. So you have to direct people and how you want this to coordinate, right? Just like when I'd give stuff away for free, stuff, like yard sale stuff or something. I don't want it. And I tell you what, anything under $20, even probably under $60, it is a mofo, because people will waste your time. You know what I mean? So I got it down pretty good now, where I meet them somewhere else, or I'll drop it off. I'll hide it somewhere out into a random park or something. And I'm like, it's over there. Help yourself. It's, because people will waste your time. People are very and you know how it is. We've all come across them, right? We've all seen them in the store. We've all met them in person and go, I don't even know how you wipe your own butt. You know what I mean? They're just weird, man. It's like they just come out of the woodwork. But I would agree. People do not care about your time. That's why you have to be very constructive about it. They lose you like nobody's business. Exactly. So true, man. So true. That's why I'm always really big about, like I said, there's honestly a couple of things I look at. I'm not saying they're 100% implemented into this place, But one is pictures. Everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody's got a camera on their damn phone. The other thing is, I almost want to know if you have a credit card. I know that sounds weird. I love cash. I love cash. I like putting it on my bed, like rolling in it, like sleeping with it and like having my blanket. And I love it. I love cash. I really do. But I hate it because I've had a lot of problems with cash sometimes. It blows out the truck, it just whatever. And then when you factor in employees, things can happen. They put it in an envelope, and it's like, hey, it's not all here. Was it the employee? Did it fall out of the vehicle? Did the customer shortchange you? Just like checks, you got to really watch those checks. I slow down with checks now. I always look at them, and I had a lady one day, she was scribbling on it like 3 different times. She's like, oh, I screwed it up again. And I'm like, please, please, please. I'm like, would you? I'm like, because I know some of these old people, they're like, oh, these checks, they cost so much. And I'm almost like, well, how much does it cost? I'll give you $5. I'll give you $5 to write me another check because I do not want problems at the bank. I do not want the bank calling me, calling the secretary, calling anybody. Like, please write this out the correct way. Sign it. I've had them put the wrong company name on there. So you got to watch checks. But what I'm getting at is I almost want to know that they have a credit card because then they have credit. They're in the system, right? The system has validated them. Now they could pull the money too, which that is another thing, right? So I'm not doubting that. I haven't paid Venmo, Cash App, but anywho, so just but cash, I don't know why it's gotten funny on me. I had a spell with checks that were bad. I had a spell with credit cards. People, doing whatever, declining the charges. It's just interesting. Sometimes, and it's like weird. They come in batches, right? Like all of a sudden you get like 3 or 4 people with bad checks, and then it's like they go away, and then it's like all of a sudden you get 1 or 2 or 3 of credit card stuff issues, and then that goes away, and then you have 3 or 4 cash issues. So probably scammers. Evan, he says, I have been looking for a cheaper pickup for one of my guys in a bad spot, and it's crazy. More scammers than deals. Wow, interesting. I'm getting tired of special places in hell for for those people. That's interesting. I'm glad Tanner shared that because I don't doubt that. I know there's other stuff I've been looking at too, and I know right away. I'm like, that's a scam. You know what I mean? Like, and I agree. It's a waste of time, energy, and you got to be really careful. You know what I mean? And these people they'll just flat out. You know what really irritates the hell out of me is that you'll be communicating with these people, and then they just like there's like no goodbye, there's no thank you, there's no like I'll think about it, there's no kick rocks, your price is too high, I found somebody cheaper. Like nothing, absolutely nothing. And the weirdest part is what really gets me is these damn things will come in at like midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, right? And then it's like because you didn't reply to them at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you reply to them at whatever 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's like nothing. Not like they don't even like act like they acknowledged it or oh okay thank you, like almost like they're irritated, like they're mad. It's just so weird, so weird. Where you at, Evan? It's Evan, and I think Evan's in Canada, isn't it? Tanner, well, one guy had good reviews from Facebook Marketplace, from other people that had dealt with him. Ooh, Canada. Brandon, let's see here. Oh no, I don't know how to do that. Oops, I jumped off for a second there. All right, let's go down to Eric here. Eric says, I've been meaning to put something up on Facebook for opener repairs. Yeah, and so Facebook, you also got to remember that the things that I'm learning, because I'm still learning, is you got to watch because they don't like installs. So, and it's really weird. That's why I'm always like, you got to start, like, when you're laying in bed at night, or whenever during the day you got time, you just got free time, you need to be posting things if you are hungry. You know what I mean? And you just are throwing mud at a wall to see what sticks, right? And because like for one, I did for what did I do it for? I've been beta testing this stuff a little bit. Like I'm trying to be like, like I'm a new guy, like I'm starting out, like, and I'm bad. I don't put a lot of details in there because I'm just like because I'm I'm worried it's gonna get flagged already, for some verbiage in there, and I'm thinking I just wrote this whole stinking paragraph or whatever, this whole couple chapters of my life story, and now it got flagged. Great. And then I've noticed I can't copy, at least out of my own, copy and save or something. It's goofy like that. I thought, of course not. So I could just repost it a different way. Um, but what I'm getting at is I did one and I had three people attack it, right? And I forget, I think I did a price for an opener and they're like, I'll take it. And I'm like, that's not what it says. It's like, it says, I'll do the labor and you purchase the opener. And then they'd be like, one person was okay, and a couple of them, I was really digging hard because I was like, something like this seems like AI crap or something. So what I did is I was like, if you have an existing opener, I can look at that too and possibly repair it. Right. I'm just trying to see what makes people. I used to do this a lot with eBay. eBay had certain verbiage that would click with certain things you were selling. You know what I mean? Like you'd write it some way, you wouldn't get nobody. You put it this way, holy crap, all of a sudden you got 620 people messaging you on it. What changed? I just added one word. You know what I mean? So I've been trying to figure that out a little bit more myself. But I know obviously I did something for like install or something like that on the first, and it didn't like that. Like that got flagged right away. So it's almost like you got to do um, a product. But see, what you can do, what I've been thinking about, is you could also put on there, like you could put an opener, right? Get a used opener or something, or if not, you could just steal a picture if you want, and put it up there. And what you're going to do is you're going to create momentum where people might still go, hey, I see you got this opener, but by chance, do you do other, door openers or different sizes? Well, yes, I do. You know what I mean? And worst case, if somebody goes, hey, I'd like that opener, I'd like to purchase it. You go, oh, I'm really sorry. I just sold it, a couple hours ago. That's what I normally do. Because if you tell them you sold them the other day, they'll come back with like, well, why don't you take your post down then? Oh, I'm sorry. I have a life. And so, you could put garage doors, you could put some, whatever on there generically just to make it so people will interact. Because I've had a lot of people that just, you know, whatever they want a new door, want a used door. Hey, do you got this? No, I don't, but I could get you a price. Blah blah. And typically, what I do, I don't think Evan's got probably like Menards, but I'm sure like Lowe's or Home Depot or somebody up there, you can go online. You can get your numbers real easy. Just get your numbers from there, add tax to it, whatever. Bump it up if you need to, another 50, $100. It's going to get you pretty close. You know what I mean? And then do whatever. Say, look, it's this much. I charge 300 or something, whatever to install. Just the easy way if you don't have a vendor that you can call. Because that was my always biggest problem is we didn't have all this internet stuff. So I always depended on my vendor. We had a price thing, but I didn't really trust that thing. It always seemed like it changed, or I'd call them and they were like another 40, $60 higher than what it says in the price book. And I'm like, what the heck, man? You know? Eric says, I've been meaning to put this in Facebook opener. Tony's garage. He says, hey, Tanner, with your Surewinder, will you wind 2 5/8 diameter spring, not your brute winder? Tony's got the other day, I would the 319, 2 5/8, with my Surewinder with a 20 volt, the 20-volt drill. Nice. Ooh, Rich B look, he's got Surewinder is aircraft aluminum, so it's lighter. Nice. They look nice. I ain't gonna lie. When you look at they look they look pretty. They look sexy. They look nice. They do. Dun-dun-dun. Tanner, Tony, I don't have a Surewinder yet. I'm going to buy two before the end of the year. He says I have titanium bars for resi doors, and I just never did enough resis. He says are so easy. I just use bars, but not now that I own other door company. Says they do a lot of resi doors, so I figured I would get both Cruise Surewinders, and stick to my commercial doors. I have two Brute Winders. Make sure on those Surewinders you put air tags on them. They might get legs and walk away. Eric says those tariffs are kind of concerning. Maybe door companies will start making their hardware in the States. He says it's going to go up in price no matter what because now they have to buy more equipment. Yeah, so I mean, like Eric's got, so it makes me think too. I don't think it's going to change that much, honestly. I think it's going to be, they're still going to buy it because you cannot, here's the thing. Let's think about this realistically. And this is all my opinion. And I'm a conspiracy theory and I got weird kind of stuff and I should have my tinfoil hat on, but I was trying to keep it, kid friendly. So here's the thing. Let me have a slurp. We can't build stuff in the U.S. Here's why. Labor is way too high. White boy don't want to work. And EPA. There are so many things that you cannot do what you can do in other countries, put in the ground. I mean, you've seen the videos, what they do with the rivers and stuff like that, the pollutants. And I know you guys watch the same videos I do too, right? We watch those guys making chains, or I was watching them make matches the other day. And all those guys are wearing flip-flops. I don't even think they ever heard. You tell them what OSHA, and they go, OSHA? What ocean are you talking about? No, OSHA. We have too many regulations. It's still cheaper to take the hit or to manipulate it or bring it up somehow through Mexico, and that's still Northern America or something. You know what I mean? So the thing I worry about, which I don't think is going to change, right, is there's inflation. Prices, you know how it goes. Prices never go down. They're not going to go down. You know what I mean? It's just like gas prices. Gas prices aren't going back down to 50 cents. I mean, gas prices did go down a little bit with Mr. T, which was nice. But like I said, the bad part is, the crappy part is that, like I said, we only got 4 years. Really, probably 3 years. Because that last year is always that lame duck year. And they really don't seem, I mean, you think about it right now. I think with Biden, except for him trying to send another couple millions of dollars, might as well be $1 billion, over to Ukraine for for his buddies or whatever he's trying to do. You know what I mean? It's just not gonna, it is what it is. We're gonna pay for it. We're all gonna pay for it. It sucks. It really does. That's a good point though, Eric. Like you said, with more equipment, got buy buildings, retool, build the buildings. Maybe we get some more garage doors. One for 6-inch. Got tired of adjusting it, so I got two. Ooh, American employees. Yeah, I'd like to get on that whole thing. I'd love to see, but you just, I mean, look at the people you see on the side of the road, right? You'll see like one or two white guys that's like kind of the foreman or some. Most of it's Mexicans. You know what I mean? And they're trying to feed their family. It's like, I think it's funny because my business partner always used to tell me, he goes, we got a bus full of Mexicans. Now I look at it and I go, golly, almost in a nutshell. I went to this is just something I'm just kind of playing around here. So don't get offended by this or anything. But so I was at a lady's house, right? I was working on a garage door. And she was like, this lady was really Looney Tunes, let's just say. And I know I got a couple roofing buddies, and I used to do a roofing, and so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna recommend, like, she needs to go out on her own. And anyways, I turned down the road, and literally 3 houses down on the other side of the road, there was a roofing company. They're up there just, slinging stuff away. And I was like, sweet. I was like, I'm going to stop there and talk to these guys, see if I can get a card, whatever. I go up there, I get on the ladder. I'm like, hey, not one guy up there speak English. And we're trying to do the Google Translate and stuff on our phones. And when I found out, I was thinking to myself, like, man, these guys are great. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to steal your customers. They're probably not going to go out and start their own business. Because I thought, they don't speak English. I mean, it's so hard to communicate. And they kept going, boss, be back, boss, be back. And I'm like, okay, do you guys number? It never went anywhere. They never contacted me. But what I'm saying is that the society has been brainwashed, in my opinion. I was telling the wife, I said, we are over. I mean, just something to think about, right? Just something to think about. We were over at one of the rentals, and we're inside. Well, there's got a couple girls that rent that place out. Well, I told her, I said, what's kind of weird? I said, you notice what they're doing? She goes, yeah. She goes, they're just sitting there on their phones. I said, isn't that? I said, when you think about it, I said, we're there doing stuff, whatever. I said, checking the place out, and I said, they're just sitting there staring at their phones, and they're talking to us while they're staring at their phones. And I'm like, that is society nowadays. That's crummy. That's crummy. You know what I mean? And that's what's happening with just a lot of people in general and stuff, right? They're on their phones, man. That's what I was just talking to a lady at Lowe's the other day. And she said, these guys, they walk around. She goes, we got employees here that walk around all day, with these things. I got some too, right? Work pretty nice. These things are like military things. They walk around with these. I can hear myself. And so they walk around with these all day. They're not supposed to have them. And she's like, but the manager won't do nothing. Well, you know why the manager can't do nothing? Because he doesn't have other people to replace them with. You know what I'm saying? So and she, she was telling me how she doesn't use her phone. She was a sweet old lady. Just stuff to think about. Anyway, let's carry on. Evan says, I'm sorry, our Mr. T was American. Hopefully he tried to convince Trump to add a carbon tax on your gas. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, Tanner, he says, I have 2 residentials and 1 brute. I have 1 for each vehicle. Heck yeah. Tony's got, yeah, Dave. He says, I have both. Perfect. That was weird. He says, I flipped out a video by accident and it had me go through a survey on what I thought of your video. That's weird. Maybe because of I might being all like cussing and swearing and doing something bad. That is weird. Evans guy says, since you guys just had Thanksgiving, can we all agree pumpkin pie is superior to apple pie? Ooh. I don't know. I wasn't feeling like I've been like, I ain't gonna lie. The kiddo's been making root beer floats. She's getting really good. I mean, you can't really mess it up too bad, but she's making them really good. I'm in like a root beer float lately. I don't know what the deal is. The pumpkin pie, yeah, it all depends on where it's from. We got this place around here. It was Russ's. I don't know if anybody else has Russ's. The restaurant, man, they make some good pies. I haven't had one in a while, but pumpkin pie is good. Cool Whip or no Cool Whip? Sometimes it's hard. It just depends on where it's from. Eric Scott, he says, I've noticed that you can buy, is it botched? Bootleg, sorry. Remotes from Alibaba. They are like LiftMaster and Genie remotes, but they don't have any logos and a LED. He says they feel very cheap and are very, was that comical? Oh yeah. So I bought some of those remotes by accident. I found them on like eBay or something. And I was like, get these ordered because we need this. And it was like a total flop. I mean, they were like half the price. We get them in, right? And of course, you know how it is always in the pictures. They always make it look like the real deal. But when you got them, I was like, these aren't the right ones. Like, I don't even know if I can give these to my customers. So I ended up like giving them away. I had to go to a customer, and if it would link up to their opener, they needed an extra remote. I'm like, here you go. I'm like, Merry Christmas. This one's on the house. because I just didn't trust them. You know what I mean? And I was thinking, I don't want these things. I don't want them calling and complaining or giving me problems. Tanner says, I just programmed a few of those the other day. A customer had. They worked, but very well have to push the button a few times until it worked. It would work. Exactly. So, I mean, perfect example right there. I'm so glad Tanner brought that up. You know, I mean, that was the thing is like, sometimes they don't work the same. I don't want to have any problems. No, thank you. I'm not interested, you know, especially when you got somebody and you're charging them like the full price, right? You know what I mean? Like, and it's like they still don't even comprehend. Even if you tell them like, hey, this is half price, you know, this is half price. This is half price. And I'm gonna give it to you half price. This is a knockoff, right? They just and you give it to them, and then 2 days later, it's not working right. And they're calling you, going, you know, I bought this. You gave me this remote, but it's not working. You know, and it's like, I gave it to you for half price, but it's not working. Can you come back? And I'm like, I'm not coming back. Like I mean, you will, right? But it's just like, God dang it! I should have never gave this thing to you. You know. Richard's got, be careful with China remotes. They do not work the same and also do not pair with vehicle home link. Now I would not doubt that, but I can't say that I knew that, but I know when I touched them and seen them, I just wasn't going to play with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was just like, no, they don't have the name. They don't have, you know what I mean? You just know they're cheaper. It's just like, you can't trust those things, man. I just, and like I said, I'm not a big, I really, 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 really do not like, I do not like weather seal. I do not like remotes, and I do not like light bulbs. And so remotes, I'd rather almost just give them away because I've had more problems with remotes over the years. And the problem for us is they can sit in the shop for a while. They can sit in the service vehicle for a while. Sometimes, you know, especially here in Michigan, right? Up in old Michigan, you got, you know, they get cold and they get hot and we get just a ton of cold. And you give one to somebody and you go, here, Mrs. Jones, you're all set. Have a nice day. It's going to be $40 plus a $65 service call or whatever, blah, 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 right? And all they know is they spent over $40, over $60, over $100, and the remote quit working. And you need to come out here and fix this now. You know what I mean? Because they don't know how to crack it open. They don't know where to get the battery. All they know is you sold them a bad remote and they want somebody over here now. I just look at it, I'd be like, I'm really sorry about that. You know what? You can order them. Like I literally did that a while back during the summertime. It dawned on me, right? I had that like, what do they call it? An epiphany or a light bulb moment. You know, where a customer of ours wanted like 12 more remotes of these multi-codes, right? These are the multi-codes for a gate operator. And it was like that PTSD started kicking in, right? It's like the spidey senses. I'm like, no. So I gotta buy these. This customers always pay, but they're always late. So every time something comes up, it's always like the whole business needs to give you a part of it. It goes from like it goes from a wife, it goes to an employee, it goes to a secretary, it can come back to me even. And it's like, did you ever get paid? Did they give you a check? Did they give you cash and this was never reported? And I'm like, no, they just didn't pay. So it was like, you know, and they always are like, we need somebody out here as soon as possible. Like something's not working. So I was sitting there in my head going, I'm going to buy these remotes. They know what these remotes cost. Like everybody knows what, I mean, this is like the light bulb. This is the light bulb moment. I can't charge $20 for a light bulb. I can't, because everybody knows what a freaking light bulb costs. And so the internet has ruined it, you know, and people will just go in the store all the time. It's just like with the remotes. That's why our garage door openers typically always came with 2 remotes and an outside keypad. Outside keypads weren't so prevalent, but 2 remotes. So when I always sold not commercial, but the residential LiftMaster, they only came with 1 remote typically, right? So you give them 1 remote, they go, where's the second one? Where's the second one, you criminal? Where did you put it? Is it in your pocket? Did you put it in your car? Where's it at? I know it came in that box. I see it at the store. I see it at the box store. And you're like, no, it only comes with one. It says right here on your thing. I didn't know that. Well, what are we going to do about that? How much is it going to cost? You know, well, do I got one in my truck? Did I bring an extra one? So, anywho, it can be a real pain, right? I didn't know where I was going with that. So, I just remotes. I do not like remotes. I'd rather just give them away. Just do a gift. Do 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 do. Oh, Edward says you're dead wrong. He says apple pie all day. I mean, they're pretty. It depends on where they're from. Depends on who makes them. We got 13 likes tonight. That's awesome. Um, Eric Scott. I don't know. Think we have any Raynard around here. You're lucky. I know Crawford did some crazy shit. He says with their springs, sizes, and something. Yeah, was it Barkley? Was it Barkley and Crawford? They always had the springs on the ends of the doors and stuff. That was, you know, their cones. You had to reuse the cones. They had a special wire. What was it, like 7/8 or something like that? Edward, texture apple is all wrong. Oh man, I'm all about the taste, baby. Oh, says the whole hog drill is battery, and DeWalt, Milwaukee, Akita brands carry battery whole hog drills. I never even heard of this whole, like, it must be for like making the holes. Obviously, it's a hole. Huh. Sounds like a big drill, baby. Tony Evans says I like hair pie myself. Was it? Kevin Scott. What's Kevin got? Got to be careful getting remotes online. We had a customer call say they can't set up. Come to find out, they were just shells. Wow, no guts. Wow, that's amazing. No guts inside. So, you know, here's the thing. It's making me think a little bit. It could be good, it can be bad, right? So Josh, great dude, love him. So Josh ended up buying those doors. I never got to really. Hopefully, I get to meet up with him here not too long. And I'll get to ask him about it. But he bought doors. He bought full view glass doors from China, and they were beat up, man. I mean, like the boxes and that. I think the doors were semi okay, but the packaging was horrendous. And I thought, I think he got them for darn near half the price. Sweet. That's if they're not, you know, because that's the thing. You got them for half price, but if they're banged up, who are you gonna call? You ain't gonna get a hold of whoever's in China or this or that. I mean, you order them basically on Alibaba. I think you had to order like 10 doors or something. But what I'm getting at is that, you know what I'm saying? Like you have no service. Like you have nobody to come back on to say, dude, your stuff is all scratched and dented. The forklift guy, you know, bent them in half. I think the tow, not the tow truck, but the semi truck company, the way they had them loaded in there, it was horrendous. You couldn't yet. We had to drag them out with a forklift with a chain, and then we had to like prop up a skid to hold one end while he go around with the skid steer, and then the place was trying to charge him more for unload time, and it was like, dude, like this was all whacked. You know what I mean? Like it was bad. You know what I mean? I don't know if it was worth it. I just say it. I don't know. So no guts inside. What are you gonna do now? So you already spent half the price, but now you got to buy the ones at full price. So now you're you know, 1.5 in now, you know. Asia does weird spring sizes also. I didn't know that. I know Safeway does, because Safeway was sending us doors that were like, you know, one would be like, you know, 4 inches shorter and it'd be a different wire. And it's like, and then they finally told us, they're like, you can order them so they're both the same. It's like, yes, please put us in your system. Please don't ever take us out. We don't want no oddball. Like I was thinking, you know how many of these things we're gonna plaster around town, and then the next guy after me or whoever or whatever, like they're gonna go back, and I've done it. Measure up the one that's broken, right? Oh yeah, it's this. You know, do the set screws, slam the spring together, measure. Oh yeah, it's a 218, 25.5, 2-inch. Sweet. And then you go to do it though, and you pull off those spring, and when you got them on the ground, and then if the customer's there watching you, like, why is this one like 4 inches shorter? And you're like, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Don't worry about it. Go inside. I like Midland, but we had some issues with their commercial doors delaminating. Ooh, out of the box. You know, it's kind of weird. So, like, when you guys are talking about like some of that delaminating, are you talking about like the metal separating where it's like crimped or something, or is it like an outside coating? Or are we talking like just talking it's like the metal peeling off? Let me know. Just let me know. Or like I said, like with Eric, if you guys ever get pictures like that, send them to me. Say, hey man, look at this. Look at this door section. It's delaminate and blah blah blah. I just had somebody. I think it was Adam, some Brazilian hot dog. Good stuff. He's got his residential openers and stuff. I think he was just mentioning on one of the videos for that Clopay. He says, "Do you have customers any problem like delaminating?" And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "They bought the doors. They bought them. They didn't buy them for me because they're black doors." And I went, "They might. There's one still. I know of one that's facing. That'd be facing what? It was facing the south. It's over in another town over. I have yet to be over that way. It was a Wayne Dalton. I think it was a flush door, but I've had yet to go back to see how bad it's faded because it's probably been about 5 or 8 years since it's been installed. I'm curious of how it's doing. Do do do. Tanner's got Kevin. That's called. Was that bamboozled? Bamboozled. Yes, bamboozled, man. That's horrible. Not having no guts inside. I mean, at least they could have sent you the battery, right? Depends on how it's made. Store-bought pies are okay, but homemade wins out every time. Ooh, I agree. I agree, man. I agree. Do. Tony's got. You're right, Kevin knows. Look alike. He says they don't work worth a crap. Yeah, see, it sounds like everybody's kind of not liking those crappy springs. Let me see if I might just get out and stretch for a second. Plus, I'll show you guys a couple things if I can. Find the old wallet. All right. That's right. I can't go too far, right? I can't go too far. I'm on Wi-Fi. Got to remember that. I just want to see if we even have any of those. Whew. Man, that wind hit you. It's just chilly. Oh, hello, shop. Why isn't anybody working? Oh, it's the weekend. Let's take a look. Got a whole slew here. Yep, this might be one. No, that's a LiftMaster. That's a LiftMaster. Got a whole slew of them here. These ones I got too many. Anybody know what we can use these on? What are these? MT1 whatever transmitters. I don't know. Got a whole box of them. I got it looking nice. I got it looking nice. We got a whole slew up here though. This is where like our little junk pile. But we used to have some that get buried in here. I don't know if I've used these ones yet. The Genie Master. I can't say I've used those ones. Any old ones buried in here? Anybody? Got some Genies. Not seeing any of those old ones. Might have got all finally taken care of, man. We used to. Oh, capacitors. Another capacitor. SOS. Yeah, I bought some. I dropped them off at one time. I might have put them. I'll check out the shop for a second. Oh, throwing things. I'm so sorry. Because I might have just said these things are junk. And they were like giveaways. Oh, grab this. Oh. Oh, I wanted to show you. I don't know if Rich is still here. I might be behind on the comments. Rich was nice enough. He sent me some magnets. So now I'm here. I'll grab them. So thank you. He said in one of my videos for the gate operator, I dropped a keyway down there. So he was saying how these can be helpful. Plus he mentioned something I didn't think of. He said for picking up some, I think of the debris on the ground, like when you're doing a tear out. Not a bad idea, right? You know how it is. You always drop a nut, bolt, screw, something on the ground, right? Boom. Just use one of these guys.
And I forget what else he was saying. Rich, put it in there if you're still here. What else you were using it for? Debris. I think if you just drop random stuff, pick it up off the ground. I was thinking, that's a good idea. You ain't bending over. Heck, these are easy. Normally, I used to wear the shirts that got the pockets. I love my pockets, man, even though I don't smoke. So he gave me a little kit here. Sweet. Thank you. Gave me a little, so I appreciate that. That was very kind of you. It's come in handy for all kinds of stuff, especially if you work on a car too. I forget what it was recently. I did something, and man, it was like there was no way you were getting with anything else. Let me turn this camera. I always like the camera on. Yo, security. You're live. I'm live. Hopefully the internet's not screwing up too bad or glitching. I don't know why it worked better outside than it does in here. Holy shnikes. What in the hillbilly beans going on in here? What the fudge are these for? What are those monsters? Well, 6 inches? Those look like 6 inches to me. From our wonderful place. Yes, everybody loves. Little service spring. Woo! It's chilly out here too. Oh, this might have changed a little bit. The guys have been doing a wonderful job. Mr. J has been doing a great job organizing the place. I didn't bring my I don't have my normal apparel on, so I don't have my guess we're just not gonna see them. Looking good though, man. It's got her all looking nice and organized and looking great. I don't know what this is. This looks like gate operator material to me. Got yourself an edge, LiftMaster something. All kinds of goodies. Whew. Looking good. Good job, guys. Looking good. Whew. All right, I'm gonna jump back in the truck here, I think. Grab my little goodies from Mr. Rich B. Thank you again. I don't see any of those remotes. I thought I was be able to show you. I wanted to see some of the Chinese remotes. Ooh, I didn't realize we had so many Power Master remotes. Maybe some of you guys haven't ever seen the Power Master remotes. They're kind of different. I don't know if I like them, to be honest. It seems like the range is good. Oh, what I wanted to tell you though. See, these are using, this is weird to me. This is a 433.992. So 433.92 megahertz frequency. What? Man, this camera's showing really good. Hopefully we're still going. So far on a metal building, no problem so far, but I haven't done a lot of these. But I do know when Caleb was programming this, he said he had to push a certain way to really get it to learn it. It does have the LED in there. It's got a clip. This clip is already on here, yes. It's metal. I just don't know. I don't know. The chrome, I mean, it's kind of nice. I don't really understand. Let me see if I can get this out of the package if it's open. It's not really open. I don't really understand what this is all about. Is this like a... Why is there... Do you put that through like a... I don't know. Is that a pop can opener? Or a beer can opener? I don't know. I just don't know if I'm on board with them yet. But I'm glad to hear that the frequency isn't being messed up and you gotta put extended range. Right? Who's had to do a lot of those? I think these are those right here. Yeah, these silly billy things. I don't want to open it. Extended range. Coax. Especially when you didn't put it in with the job. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. That's what I like to do with my time. Is run coax and do extended range on a building. So that's one thing you got to factor in, I feel like, with LiftMaster. You just got to factor in, especially doing metal building. You got to factor in, you're going to put an extended range receiver, more time. Hopefully the scissor lift is still there. All that good stuff. I think I just had them send me a whole crap load of these remotes at the time. Those are the same ones. At least with the Power Master, because Power Master you got to pretty much have. You got to have the stuff in stock. So, gotta get the stinking box closed. Please. We're trying to do it live. Don't want to leave a mess. Okay. Good? Good. You good? I'm good. Everybody good? Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, snow out here. Who does this? What's this stinking snow? Whew. Oh, sweet. What I do see is a bottle of water in here. That's amazing. Right? That's why you got to carry a bit of extra. That's why you always got a little junk drawer somewhere. It's from old hunting season, baby. All right, what do we got? Let's go through some of these comments, huh? Whew, let's fire this up for a second. Pals, boo, pals. You're right, Kevin. Knows like they don't work worth the crap. Tanner says, yeah, I dropped Midland 4 years ago because that's still doing it today. And lots of damaged panels, quality control. Oh man, went to hell in a handbasket with Midland. Dang, dude, that sucks. Come on, phone. What are you doing? Be nice to me. Edwards guys, well, before COVID, I had sold a Midas store, new doors. Took over 8 months because Midland couldn't source glass. Okay, so for some reason, I had territory rep meet me at the store to explain. Ooh, interesting, man. Oh man, that sucks. That sucks. You gotta get the big dogs involved. Tanner says we did have issues with Haas the other week. We got an insulated door, but one of the sections they forgot to inject foam in the section. Holy cow. It was so weird, dude. I bet that was. Good thing you caught it. Oh, man. Owner was upset. Waited through winter for these new doors. Oh, man. Dude, that sucks being held hostage like that. Travis, how you doing? Hello, sir. Hello to you. Hope you're doing good. Hope everybody's healthy and well. Oh, no. Come on. This phone's acting glitchy right now. Won't let me scroll. Says, wait, can I do this bubble gum and root beer floats? He says that sounds like a killer deal. Yeah, dude. Oh man, I'm still thinking about Edward though. Those doors. That's horrible being held hostage, because now it's like you're in that pickle, right? With an installer, garage door guy. I mean, what do? Do you use somebody else? You already got your order placed. So how do you what do you do? Let's see here. I'm just checking out here. So hold on. I'm with you. All right. Eric Sky says, I'm going to help install 10 by 14 Midland commercial with Genie, the 4042 with the 180 volt motor to make it more interesting. It's gonna, what size were those? 10 by 14s? Going to be roof pitch. Dude, that is pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be a good one. You get some pictures on that one. Send them to me, because that is interesting. That is interesting. Evan's got Facebook. You can list service as long as it's not listed on the main Facebook marketplace, but you do it in local group page. Oh, it's okay. Okay. Yep, you might be right. Makes sense. It might be a little different for me, because so like for Facebook, I typically always do the generic one. It automatically defaults you there because it's like for your
I normally don't post it with the family. Like it'll tell you like you can hide it from your friends, and I just don't post things at my friends and stuff because otherwise it just turns into like kind of hogwash for me because I'm you know I'm basically I'm you know semi-retired. You know what I mean? So I if I do that, I'll get people. Oh, hey man, do you? And it's like, no, that's not what I'm. You know, like I'm not trying to promote that. You know, because I think even Caleb was asking me about something, and he was like, "Can you?" And I'm like, "No." I'm like, "I cannot do that. I'm really sorry," because I said, if I bring that up, people will be right back down me again, and that's just not me anymore. You know what I mean? Watching this car go really slow. Oh, it's a Corvette going super slow, so slow. That's gonna flip the camera around. I thought maybe it was the neighbor guy here bringing a nice car, but it's not. It's just somebody driving a Corvette on slippery winter roads. Taylor's roof pitch doors are fun. I ordered two 10x412 doors for a truck shop, and it makes the room feel much bigger. Absolutely. Eric's guy says the people on Marketplace are so stupid. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was the only one. Thank you for mentioning that, Eric. Because I'm sitting here I'm trying to help Evan, and I'm also sitting here going, God darn, man, am I the only one? Like, I mean, people are just, I'm telling you, man, I think the world is just, it's going to crap in a handbasket. You know what I mean? Our so stupid says I'm going to post in our town. It says I'm going to post in our town group chat. He says Tanner. He says a newly built building and used for boat storage or something. Yes, old roof pitch. Typically, they give those adjustable brackets, you know, for the top. It's always weird. They still never match up. At least most of the vendors I've ever used, they still don't match up worth really that good. Look at that. We had 13 likes tonight. That's great. We'll probably go to midnight, see how it goes. Edward's got, which I really appreciate you guys being here. I really appreciate the comments. It's been fun. I wish we could have done some with Papa Tony. We just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. The stars didn't align. Maybe there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. But Papa Tony's traveling too. He's got to get some sleep. Guys need to pay attention to spring size on pitched doors. I did one, needed two 50 springs, and they were 333. Thing was legit. Was it slingshot? This is barely saved door from smacking ceiling. Ooh, ceiling lights. Yeah, so I mean, did he say which one it was? Guys need to pay attention. So I think I mentioned this. I might have mentioned this in my sleep in a dream, but I know Cap was saying he had problems with Clopay. Clopay totally, he's like, dude, there was no way balanced. Brand new door. He's like, we didn't chop nothing. I think it was like a standard lift door too. And he's like, the springs are so far off. And I'm like, really? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I weighed the door, and I forget what it needed. You know, it was like 3 spring sizes off, wire size. And he's like, I call them, and they act like they don't want to do nothing about it. Like that can't be. And he's like, I'm telling you, that is what. And he's really, I trust Cap. He's actually a lot smarter with the IPPTs and stuff like that than I am, than I ever have. I always have to use the app. He knows he can use the book. I mean, he's got that stuff down pat. And so he's like, dude, it was wrong. Like, they sent us the wrong ones. And I'm like, they were giving him crap. And I'm just like, oh, man, why do I gotta be like that? Fun times, Edward says. And I think that's why, like, so I just want to kind of stress it again a little bit. That's why I'm more, you know, like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I want a nice solid door, right? You know, I do. But I'm like, I still have yet to find where it's like you can find a vendor that just puts so much effort into making sure the product that goes out that door is right. And I know it might be kind of difficult too, because the fact that, you know, it goes to a distributing center, and then it goes onto another truck, and it gets handled a lot of times. But I just, the hardware box, especially when they come from the factory, those grind me if they're not right. I can tell when obviously it was the distributor that made, put it together. Excuse me. Tanner's got nice, yeah, not super common, but red iron buildings or vaulted ceilings that he says I love if there is no high lift. Add, he says, a trolley opener or a jack shaft. He says, working that application. He says, I'm putting it on. Nice. 2 T50s, 10-foot LiftMaster openers. A little overkill. It's my shop. He says, I have them, so I'm using them. That's right. Burn them up, baby. You got them. Use them. They're not making no money. Just sitting there. There you go. This says there's no killing like overkilling. I love it. I love it. Now I'm always a big fan too. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather have a little overkill than underkill. You know what I mean? And that's why I think that's why we're just sticking with the Genie commercial openers. They're high end ones. You know what I mean? Because I think about it and I go, man, those Genies, they kind of suck to set up. But I go, I really like them. They all have a brake on them. So I like that. I like to have a counter on them. You really need it, right? Like somebody's trying to bamboozle. He installed these 3 years ago. You think the springs would last longer, and you can you can look at it, check it out. The signal works really good for the remotes. No, it's funny how me and Cap were talking. He goes, "Have you ever put an extended range on a Genie?" And I'm like, "No." He goes, "I never have either." I'm like, "Whoa, dude, that's weird to think about. We've never put extended range antennas on those, and we that's what they all go in, is steel buildings." And I'm like, that's pretty impressive. Never done any circuit boards. That's impressive. You know what I mean? Eric's got pumpkin pie is the best. Just don't buy doors, remotes, or openers from Alibaba. Alibaba. There you go. You'll get burned, baby. You have to pay double. Is it Titan? It says, good evening. How are you? We're doing good. I hope you're doing great. Glad you got to make it. Eric Sky says, anything cool in the dumpster? Ooh, I try to show you, but I'm on a different phone. I'm on Wi-Fi, so I don't think we'll make it out there. We'll see. I might be able to do something. Might be able to switch this phone to hotspot. Maybe. Well, maybe we'll do it towards the end. So if we lose it, we lose it. Oh, those magnets are awesome. Which magnets was it? Was it the ones for like the decor? The ones for outside, the outside hardware? Eric says, ooh, it's got LiftMaster. A solar remote can be used on keyring. It's kind of weird though. It has an opening on it. So it's like, I don't know why it has that. Says straight, he says, with Wi-Fi is on the fritz, so it couldn't see it. Oh man. Rich B. So I use those magnets to clean up. Oh yeah, the magnets. Yeah. That's right. Let me go back to here. Let me see what. Oh, come on, phone. Stop it. Yeah, those magnets are awesome. That's right, for clean. Yeah. Oh shoot! I think I just deleted somebody. Can I undelete? Oh, there we go. Like I said, I can't scroll worth of crap on this phone for some reason right now. It's like locking up on me. Used certain bottom, a remote. Those magnets. I almost got at the bottom of those remotes. Some look chipped. I don't think there was nothing chipped on this. Eric says, that is strange. My Wi-Fi is on the fritz, so couldn't see it. Rich says magnets, so clean up after door demos. After new door installed to pick up drop screws. Perfect. That's very true. You know what I mean? Because you think about it, like even when I typically try to carry a 5-gallon bucket and you throw them in there, all your parts and that, there's, I don't know why. It's like the first couple always, right? They bounce right the heck out of there. And you're like, oh, you got to go chase them. And, you know, for me, I always try to keep a decent, clean work site because, you know, stuff just gets away from you. And last thing I want is a customer calling me going, I got a screw in my tire. You know, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what are we going to do about it? Jeffrey, what do we got? 14? Oh, man, 14 thumbs? Perfect. I can't scroll. Why is this phone being so tough? Silly, silly phone. All right, we'll go to this one. Let's see if we can catch up here. Message deleted. That was not supposed to be deleted. There you go. I just messed this up too. 14. Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea. Could always do a stream. We're supposed to do it. We were gonna do it. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens, or when Tony's gets a moment. We'll do one. We could always do with Cap or do with Mr. Caleb. Hopefully we can get some. Caleb's actually been doing pretty good. He's actually he's been starting to kind of pick up some stuff. That's good. Rich says I also use a 5-gallon bucket. Well, we got towards the base here, like I said. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Look at what Tanner sent me. Look at that beauty. That is a beauty. I just got to make sure there's no information on here. Look at that. Isn't that a beauty? That is one heck of a drill, dude. Dang. Look at that thing. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's like artwork right there, man. So it must be the case. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. That is nice. That is nice. You can just see a handle on that. I don't want to touch it and get it out of focus. You can see there's a big old handle on that drill. Not a bad looking case either for the Surewinder. Nice. What'd you do? Just buy this? Looks like you just bought this stuff, Tanner. This stuff is nice. All right, we're gonna check out the dumpster before we go. And I'm gonna make sure, I'm gonna try anyways to turn the Wi-Fi on this phone. So hopefully we don't lose. Oh, we got another price cut on another home somewhere. A lot of price cuts. Price cuts, price cuts, price cuts. I was telling the wife the other day, I said some of the cities in our area, I said, I wonder if we're the bellwether for the rest of it. Because I said, I always feel like by the time the stuff kind of comes on the news, I'm always like that's old news. Like I already know, like we probably for the last 6 months now, I've just been price cut, price cut, price cut. I've been watching on houses through Zillow, and it's crazy. So, you know, what gives? How do I turn this on? I can do this. I can do it. Personal. Other people can join. Absolutely. Hopefully I just didn't turn that one off and was using this one. LT. Let's see what Rich has got. Oh yeah, look at Rich. He got a big old boy on there. How much are these things? Like $300? At least I gotta make sure nothing on here. That big old boy. That big old boy. Nice. It's a second gen too. Makes me wonder if they had problems with the first gen. I know Milwaukee likes to do that, especially with their nailers. It's pretty sweet. It's a big old drill though. I guess the question I'd have is if anybody knows, like how, like what is the size? So like maybe like Papa Tony or Tanner, or maybe somebody else would even know. If you use the brute winder, like what can you do? Is it like, let me look at the picture again. Or is it like the Evan, do you ever get that roller replaced? I just seen your picture there. See, so like the brute winder, what kind of socket? You don't have a socket on there. Guess what I'm wondering is, what can you do with the brute winder? Like how like can you go up to, can you do 3-inch with a standard, you know, let's say a 20-volt drill, standard drill? Evan says roller replaced, huh? Did you send me the one with the roller popped out, Evan? Or was that Eric? I'm not sure which one. Who's got the 330? I gotta put the name in. Who's got the 330? Let me see if I can see something on here. So anyways, what I'm getting at is that I'm wondering if you can, with the brute winder, like what can you go up to and use a standard drill versus the big monster drills, these hole drills, or can you not? Can you not at all? Because I think I was winding, what, 3-inch? Yeah, I was running like 3-inch, I believe. And I was using a standard drill, and it didn't seem like it was struggling. So I just wonder if the gear ratio. I don't have a lot of faith that the spring turner I can just use on a big old massive 6-inch, 4-point something, whatever, wire size, and it's just gonna wind that puppy with no struggles. But I do have something you don't have. I got a hand crank. Well, good. If that's you, did you fix this? Yes, I'm putting you on the spot. Did you fix this? Did you get this fixed yet? The rope's in the wrong spot, right? You got to get it on the bottom. Can't be pulling from number 1 hinge, right? This is obviously a customer did this. I was just wondering if you got it fixed. Model T, making fun of my T handle. What did I use? Rich has got use a 5-gallon bucket too. They have 5-gallon buckets, man. Just works so good. You can crap in them. You can sit on them. You can use them for garbage. A man and his 5-gallon bucket. It's like duct tape, man. That drill means business. Heck yeah, it does. Roller placement. We got that is me. He says, it's a cracked hinge. I'm replacing it Monday. Okay. Cool. Hopefully it hasn't got any worse or got like thrown the. You never know. Sometimes that stuff's always kind of squirrely. All right, I'm gonna try it. We're gonna try to go check out the dumpster. If you guys got anything left you want to talk about, let me know. Let's see if we can open the old gate. That is the wrong remote. Okay, I'll try this one. Oh crap, is the gate not working? Man, I'm gonna have to call the gate guy. I think it was working. I was just being impatient. I think I was running. Try it again. So what happens when you get a free gate. It's got glitches. Call the gate guy. Come on, fix that darn thing. Okay, so we're gonna go take a look at the dumpster. Oh, Oh, okay. So the customer tied it there to keep the rope away. Okay. Eric says, how many remotes do you got? I got quite a, I'm a multi-code fan guy, you know. So I got one from an old house still. I like the multi-codes. And then I just got a couple single buttons. Multi-codes. I like multi-codes, man. I've had really good luck with multi-codes over the years. I don't think I have. I don't really have. No, I don't have a Genie one in here. Guess I wouldn't really need it. Rope's another one, so it won't break the beam. Break the beam. But here's the thing, right? If in a nutshell, right? Why do you know, if it's hand operated, you don't have an opener. If you have an opener, you don't have a rope. You just get rid of the rope. I don't know. It's one of those things, right? All right, we're gonna move over to the dumpster. If I lose you, I lose you. If I don't, I don't. We're gonna try it. I'm scared. Must take risk. All right, here we go. Make sure Johnny Law's not over there watching me, because he'll come over here. He'll be like, what are you doing? What are you stealing? I'm not stealing nothing. Like, you're on private property. Leave. Nice thing about wintertime, though, you can see all the tracks, baby. So you can see if anybody's been back here. Come back. Come back. I feel like I'm on the Titanic. Come back. Whoa, we're back. I better make sure I'm watching where I'm going. There wasn't much in there. I did look. It's all covered in snow. There's a Chamberlain. I can see a Chamberlain in there. But you didn't miss much. Checking this thing out on my end here, making sure to see what's working, what's not. I see somebody put on there. What is it? Is it Edward? Oh man. Oh man, this is great. You guys make me laugh. I got 4 in my car, a Craftsman multi-code, and 2 Genies. Good combo. Rich says glitchy. Yeah, it's because like I said, obviously didn't hook up to the other phone. Oh, he says, it's working kind of. It wasn't much in there. Everything was covered in snow. Rich he goes gone. Oh, that's all, folks. I love Edward. That's great. That was crazy. I know, I knew exactly, like an old Looney Tune cartoon, man. Was the piggy guy, right? What was his name? It wasn't Mr. Pig. Who is that guy I'm thinking of? No, that's all, folks. I can't think of the character's name. I can see him doing it, just like Bugs Bunny. Elmer Fudd, right? Elmer Fudd. Yeah, that's what it is. Elmer Fudd, right? No. I don't know. You guys have to let me know. This one's not working. Let's see. Go back on this phone, because this one doesn't have Porky Pig. That's it. There you go. We got 2. This is how's business. I guess so far it sounds like they're staying pretty busy. I know they're doing, I think, a 10-door job up north. It's a little bit on the far side. And then the crummy part is, because I was talking to Cap about it, and I just told him, I said, hey, if you get into a pickle, and I said, you need help, I said, just let me know. But he's kind of got a big gate job that's in another town that's probably Oh, how far is that one? That was probably about an hour and 15. And he said the only reason he was doing it, because I was like, really, dude? I said, in this weather? And he's like, yeah. He goes, the problem is that we take care of this customer in town, and I think we take care of like 8 locations for him. And she bought this one, very impressive female that does them. But she bought another storage unit, and it's out there, and somebody blew through the gate, and so he's got to do like I think an operator, a gate. It's a weird cantilever. It's a zip gate, so it's all aluminum. And so he's got to set poles and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh my dude, like that sucks. That's not fun in this type of weather. So otherwise, it's been pretty steady. Porky Pig. Rich is Eric's guy. He says Rich beat me to it. That's right. He got you. But how do you guys? I'm just kind of curious. Why I'm still kind of floating here. How do you guys? How's how's business for you guys? I mean, what are you guys seeing out there? Is it like, oh my gosh, we're flooded, we're drowning? I mean, do you feel like it's just kind of the normal cycle this time of year? I feel like it can be different for a lot of people. Like I always wonder, like people out in California. I'm always like, especially if they're in the warmer parts. I'm like, does it really affect them? But I'm assuming it does in a sense, right? Because if they have the holidays coming up, they got expenses too, and then they're more focused on let's not worry about maybe fixing a garage door. We're gonna fix or get the presents for the kids or whatever, things of that nature. It is so weird how this side is locked up. You can't see the comments, but over here I can. So that's good. Da-da-da. Eric says, he goes, I'm part-time, so it's okay. Whoops, I just signed off to another one here. Edward says, I get my Elmer Fudd on here in a few days. Deer season opens Monday for me. Wow. Edward, where you at? What state you in and stuff? We're done, baby. We're done. Today was yesterday, because it's now it's Sunday. So yesterday was the last day for open firearm for Michigan for the old deer season. Kind of sad to see it go. They'll do muzzle loading and stuff like that, Everything breaks when it's cold. Rich says he's got the cold. Yeah, I mean, we used to experience that. At least I noticed it over the years. A lot of that, right? You'd always, especially in the fall, you get this kind of like this weather, the cold and warm up. Springs, man, they snap like crazy on the residentials and commercial if they're weak. Iowa, I only do shotgun. Man, Iowa is so big. It seems like once you can you use rifle, Edward, in your area? Can you use rifle, or is it you're in a dense population or something? You got to use shotgun, or you just like using shotgun? Yeah, right. Eric says, does that mean I don't have to worry about deers running in front of me as I'm driving? I don't know about that. It's really weird. I was talking to another hunter, and he mentioned that he said he thought the DNR screwed up our deer population over here, because they were having it where you could. I mean, last year was hit hard, man. They were giving you everything we bought you could use it for anything, for does, anything, didn't matter, right? It was just like you had a license, you could shoot anything. This year they held back. Restricted license, 4 points or more on one side, blah blah blah. Only 2 licenses, but it was weird this year. We really didn't hear. I don't know if it's because now after, so it's really weird, right? When COVID hit, you know, um, people were outside, just all kinds of stuff blew up, right? Golfing, RVs, hunting, and then I don't know if it's just slowly kind of trickled back down. Money's tight, people don't want licenses, and there's expenses when you go hunting, right? I mean, you gotta buy a license, you gotta have the gear, the clothing, you gotta the travel, the food, the lodging if you're staying somewhere or whatever, the train, all this stuff. But this year, like I said, there was hardly any shooting that we heard. You know what I mean? Like, it was just started on a Friday, and it was like, well, maybe Saturday when everybody's out of work, blah blah blah, and nope, Saturday was almost actually worse. It was just, there wasn't much going on. It was pretty quiet the whole season, it seemed like. Edward says, I'm able to use straight wall ammo, so I bought a 450 Bushmaster for an AR. He says it's spring season. There you go, it's spring season. I like that. You ever feel like you're hearing something? Maybe it's the radio. I thought there was like some lady coming up behind me screaming. November is bow season here. Gotcha. Mile winner last year number are up here. It feels like around here you could always just talk about like it changes, right? It just seems like you click to one news station. It's kind of like watching CNN and there's Fox News. It's like you listen to one report and the deer population's up. It's more than they want or something. You watch the next one. Oh, the deer population's down. It's like, what is it? On the topic of hunting, your friend left his truck in neutral. Oh, deer blind. Oh, man. Left the truck in neutral, took out his deer blind. Dang. Rich actually, Rich B, he sent me one today with a golf cart with one of those deer blinds, like the portable. I loved it because I was sitting there thinking to myself, going, that's me. Because I got a long walk from deer camp, from the trailer, out to the woods. And I'm thinking, that's perfect, man. I just load up all my goodies. And I just drive my little cart right out there with my deer blind right on top of it. It was cool, pretty cool. I was like, that's right up my alley, man. We have a January rifle season in select counties. Most Iowa is too flat. Ooh, only hill counties. Okay. Makes sense. That's good to know. Because obviously we get past a certain spot in Michigan here, and you can use rifle, but we got hills and trees and nothing major, nothing like mountains or anything, but just the terrain changes. I mean, it's just like where we hunt. We could probably I don't know, I bet on 2 or 5 acres, I bet we could have 10 guys because we have the rolling hills. And I mean, it's amazing when you walk in the woods, you're like, dude, I can't see this spot. You know what I mean? The deer could be coming through here. And is it Titan? He says, we are in our typical swing of things, feeling better now. We hired on a 3rd guy, but still really busy. A lot of ongoing jobs to finish up. Hey, that's a good problem to have. But it's getting cold now. It's 4 degrees right now. Wow. That's hardcore stuff there. So finish up the jobs won't be as fun as last year. Dang. That's when you got to carry around one of those like torpedo heaters, right? To warm up your hands so you can just even work. In the bottom of your boots once in a while. So a portable deer blind says I like it. Yeah, it was a portable deer blind. You know, this is one of those fabric ones. It was mounted on a golf cart. You know, so the guy was all enclosed, and he just run around. It was really cool. I was glad Rich sent it to me. I was like, dude, I was like, that's right up my alley. And the funny part is Rich don't even know this, but I ended up buying one of those. What's it called? Tillin or something? They've been advertising like crazy on Facebook. I bought one of their portable pop-up blinds, and of course I buy it, right? And then it's like, oh, you know, it's like I start thinking about it. I go, crap, I don't got a chair. Like, well, I could probably use a bucket, you know. Well, the bucket, what if it's too low for looking out the, you know, out the windows in a sense, the whatever. It's one of those see-through blinds. You can see when you're in it, see out it. And so I was like, no, I was like, I better get a chair. So I tell the wife, I say, hey, I said, see if they got a chair, you know. So she checks it out. She goes, yeah. She goes, got one for like, I don't know, 140 bucks. One with the heated for 180. She's like, so, you know, for a few dollars more, you might as well get the heated seat. And I'm like, yeah, I really don't need that. But I was like, yeah, why not, right? You're already there, a few more bucks, just like garage door openers, right? You always have the gross stock of stuff. And then it's always the add-ons are another 20, 40, 60 bucks, you know. So it's like, yeah, sure, go for it. So we get it. The seat was really nice. The blind, it was okay. It goes up pretty easy. Yes. The problem is we're in the woods, and so any kind of darkness, clouds, I had a hard time looking through it. You know what I mean? Could you do it? Yes, if it's noon. But once it started getting to be about that 3, 4 o'clock, that weird, you know, like now that the sun is down, it was kind of hard to see. I was opening up the windows on it in a sense so I could see clearly, because it was like it was playing tricks on my brain or on my eyes. But it's still nice for the price, for whatever, 100 and whatever, it's 40, 80 bucks, 180 bucks from blind. Super nice. I would, you know, as long as it holds up, I'd recommend it. Rich says I use a Zippo hand warmers. So Rich, do you, I believe, right? Because I got one. I believe I bought one. I bought the battery. You use the old school red ones that you light on, you know, you light the little tip on fire and it burns, or you use an electric one. Because I ended up buying, I got a couple free ones from my mom. I think she got them from the casino or something. And they work, but they don't last very long. And I bought a Zippo electric one, just one to try it out. That works pretty good. The problem is I'm normally not out long enough. I just need something quick for my hands. So honestly, what works the best for me is I got my my old torpedo heater, little one. I think it's a 80, I don't know, 80 BTU or something. It's got a handle on it. You can lift it up and stuff. I bring my little power pack, and that's all I need because it whips out the heat hardcore, right? So a lot of times what I'll do is, most time I do it for gate jobs. I'm sitting on a bucket. I have the thing just running behind me, blowing on my back, just so I can turn around if I need to warm up my hands real quick. And that works pretty good. And I don't know. It seems like it works. You know, I don't know. It works pretty good because I can never get enough heat quickly through those hand warmers for me, anyways. Most of the time. Because most of the time I'm not standing around with my hands in my pockets. You know what I mean? It's like I'm doing something. I just need a little heat so they don't get to that. Because you know how it is when your hands get to that certain point, you know, where you're like, this ain't good. Like, they're going to lock up on me. Or start stinging really bad. Evan says, it was negative 27 the other day. Oh my gosh. Kind of glad I didn't have to install doors. Yes. Edward says the Zippo hand warmers are nice. Those are a must. Those are a must, Rich, Jeffrey says. Gloves and track bowls don't work together. So I'm glad Jeffrey brought that up. So here's the thing. This is what I used to do. I used to use, do I got anything here? So this is what I was using, right? Can't really see it. Let me turn the camera on. Or not the camera, get a light on this thing. This guy, right? Basically, these brands are something really similar. Some red ones they sell at like Lowe's. But what are these? Gorilla? These are Gorilla grips. Gorilla grips. I really like these. I like the Gorilla grips. I also like I don't think I have. Oh, I do. I got two different ones. I'll be done. These ones are what you get at Lowe's, and they're a little bit cheaper. They come in a 3-pack, I think. I'm trying to get you a little better lighting here. They don't have nothing on the top, but they always have this red. I always figured I wish they would have done like red and blue or red and white or something. So, you know, because I always get the hands. I'll get two whatever. Anyways, and they're pretty similar. I think these ones the blue ones are a little bit better. They're a little more softer in the fingers, I think, than these guys. But for the price, these ones, I like this a little bit better. These red ones. I got these ones from Lowe's. I think you can get these at Lowe's as well, but Home Depot I know for sure has these ones. But anywho, I'd use those, and then what I would do is I would cut the fingers off. And I don't know why. You know how it is, guys. You know how it is. Just certain things work with your body better than you know. So what I would do is I would take the jerseys, right? The brown jersey that everybody's known their dads had, or you got them in your pickup truck. You know, those brown jerseys that you pick up everywhere. And I would literally cut the tips off. And for whatever reason, with the jersey and with these rubber gloves, they still get a little bit chilly. I ain't gonna lie, because this rubber, right? This rubber gets cold. But with the jersey, it would just be enough to keep my hands semi-warm, and I can feel the nuts and bolts. I can work with these pretty good. A lot of people can't. I've gotten so used to it now. I can tell with the feel. And then also, if I had a heater blowing, right, I could turn around real quick, and that just to heat up this rubber, this plastic, these gloves real quick, you know, a little heater blowing real quick, boom, I'm good. Put a foot in front of it, put another foot in front of it, do a little hokey pokey and turn yourself around, you know, and that's what it's all about. So that worked out pretty good. Just an idea though. Rich says the fuel ones. Oh. Rich, if you get a chance, send me a picture if you think of it, because I'm kind of like, am I thinking something different? I think I've seen them. I did a lot of research on them about a couple years ago because I was going to I was hardcore on looking at some. Because it is nice, even if you do put them in your pocket and you got a warm pocket to put your hands into. I've been there. Or you get a customer that comes out and starts talking to you, especially if you're working on a gate or something. You know, it's like they come out of that nice, warm, steaming hot office and they're like, hey, how's it going? Boy, it's really warm in there. And you're out there like chatter. Yeah, it is. I'm so freezing. I want to get this job done so I can get on my truck. Edward says mine was chrome filled with lighter fluid. Huh. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I forget what those ones are called. They're red. They got the softness, and then you light that little fuse or whatever, that charcoal thing, and it burns real slow. Those just those are like good for, like, to me, like you're going fishing, ice fishing or something. Eric says, yeah, that's true. Crazy loud. They would suck for hunting. Yeah, I never used them for hunting. The turbo, because they stink really bad with the diesel. We actually, you know, our deer blinds we're pretty lucky. We just have propane heaters in them, and so those work pretty good. But the torpedo heater is always for like I said, most of the time I bring it on really cold days for gate operators. You know, if we're working on a really boogerish job, you know, for a door, I probably bring it for that too. But it just all depends. That's why it's like I said, you got to remember in this business, right? There's a lot of variables. The weather changes, the landscape or the job site changes. You know, there's stuff in the way the trades are there now. You know, the electrician, the plumber, a lot of things can change. Eric says it's 19. Wow. I think we're going to be like down to like 26 or something tonight. Instead of, Rich says, instead of lighter fluid, I use, what was that, Nephthol or whatever? Thinner? Oh, it's the same thing, but cheaper. Oh, really? Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool to know. Huh. Evan says, if my conversation is correct, Eric is -7 Fahrenheit here. I don't know. All I know is once it gets below 32, I'm pretty good with like 32-degree weather or a little bit above. I'm okay with that. But man, as soon as you hit over that, once you get below that freezing, and especially if you get wind, it cuts through me hard. You know what I mean? Like it'll tear me up. I'm really kind of a pansy when it comes to fingers and feet. I mean they get bad on me sometimes. I don't do good. It's weird though. I don't know if this is just me, but I've always had pretty good luck. Like if I know I have shelter to go to, I normally hold up pretty well. But it's almost like let's say ice fishing or deer hunting. If you go out in the woods and you're just gonna sit in a blind and you have no heater, like I'll start getting cold, man. And it's like, oh crap, like what do you do cold? You know what I mean? Where like when you're doing service, it's not so bad because you normally like the van sitting there running. At least you got a nice warm cab to jump back into for a few minutes and get heated up. And it's like my body relaxes. I think there's a whole mindset thing. It's like that one guy that could climb those mountains and stuff barefooted, in shorts. I think there is something to that. Obviously, I'm not that strong, will-minded or whatever, but I think there is something to that. Edward says, I like Mr. Heater. It clamps to a propane tank. I'm working in garages. Nice. Once it gets 10 degrees or less. Yeah, I bet those work really good. I used to even have the ones that were the propane tank, and then you put the heater up on the propane tank, but it's kind of bulky. And then if you got the single, I think it can do it both, but they got things for them, brackets, but they'd always start tipping over, and they're kind of clumsy. Um, the only problem I have, I used to have a Mr. Heater for when I used to go camping a lot, was that the problem is for me, um, I mean, don't take this wrong. I mean, they're nice. They're nice. They're quiet. They're nimble. They're small, right? But for me, for whatever reason, just with me, I want quick heat, like a lot of heat, and I want intense heat. So, like for me, and I only did it. The only reason I learned it is because it was all I had at the time. I was doing a job, and I just went. I was working. It was super cold out, and I was thinking, dude, like the torpedo heater was sitting there, and I'm like, I'm taking that thing. And I took it, and I realized what's nice? I mean, especially when I was working outside and on a gate, the fumes don't bother me because I run diesel and it's cheaper than the kerosene. We don't have a lot of places around here with kerosene. You can buy them from like Lowe's at like $20 a whatever, 5 gallons or something. I don't know what it is. It's super expensive. So I run diesel in it. So it's stinky, but I like that I can walk up to it real quick. I can put my feet by it, the bottom of my boots. I can get a little bit of heat on there, and I can heat up my hands really quick. But it is noisy. It is noisy, and you got to have power, so that kind of sucks. What I thought would be a little bit nicer, and I don't know if anybody has one, is either the DeWalt, or I was actually literally just watching a video last night on the Milwaukee propane ones. I like that they burn cleaner, because I've noticed with my age, I don't like fumes as much. It's not that I can't handle them. I just prefer not to be sucking them. You know what I mean? So like with me running diesel in the torpedo heater, whoo, man, I literally used it actually today in a small space, not super small, but it was like, okay, eyes are starting to burn. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do something else. So I actually ended up put a little wood stove in there for right now until I get my thing switched around. Working. He says, oh, my jobs, people are always stealing propane. Says, at my old job, people were always stealing propane, diesel, or kerosene heaters. In the summer, they would steal the fans. Dang, that sucks. It says, I hate thieves. Edwards got, yeah, man, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. Yeah, that's right, Rich B, because you can dress like the little brother in the Christmas story. Yeah, yeah, man. It's tough, man. It's tough. My hat is off to you guys and myself because I still deal with it too. Um, it's tough. I mean, I don't think about it as much as Cap does nowadays, but I tell you what, man, it was like I was the weatherman. I was looking the next day for sure, 2 to 3 to 5 days out because you got to kind of schedule out what your jobs are going to be and where you're going to be at and which way. I mean, you know how it is. You're thinking about the job and you're going, which way is the wind? They're going to be working on the lake. We're going to have a horrible west wind today. That's not good. Or the conditions are changing. Do Rich, I just dressed like Kenny in South Park. Socks was always a big thing. Got to bring socks. My feet would sweat, so I had to change. I have to go through, I don't know, 2 or 3 pairs a day, keep my feet dry. Do. Eric says, I do the same. Evan, he says, I hate the cold, man. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the cold. Everything works stiffer, your spray lube. I think I was using even a can of gray stuff today. And I was like, it's sitting probably out in the garage. It's just about 34, 40 degrees. And I'm thinking like Fahrenheit. And I'm like, is it frozen? Or is it just a bad can? Is the valve? And then something happened. I broke the top and I was like, whatever, I'm done. And I was just like, Rich B's got Edwards. Those were good. Set up a little propane bench and aim here at the bench. Keeps nuts and bolts warm, which helps the hands. Never thought about that. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. You're going to be touching them, so that's not a bad idea. It's nice to grab them. They're all kind of toasty. That is a good idea. Evan's got, used to love winter when I had a snow machines. He says, and go ice fishing, live in the city winter. Living in the city winter is miserable. Yeah, it's I'm right there with you, Evan. We used to well, so I was kind of grew up with snowmobiles. So I used to love. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait till we get snow. I could ride the snowmobiles. Um, and maybe I just had a bad experience, or maybe just old age is getting up with me. I don't know. But I remember with my ex, I ended up her parents, they got new snowmobiles and they gave us their old ones as Christmas presents. The condition was though her dad's snowmobile had a blown up cylinder in it, piston, had a hole in it or something. So funny to mention, right? Years ago, I don't remember what year it was, but Thanksgiving Eve, I got time off of work, right? I was working at a shop or working at a factory, got some time off, right? So Thanksgiving Eve, man, I was just, I was something in the movies, man. I was buffing and cleaning and doing all kinds of stuff. I was working on my trucks. I ended up tearing that snowmobile apart, put it all back together. I fired it up and the snowmobile, the carburetor got stuck or whatever, and it was dumping fuel in the belly pan, and I didn't know that while I was revving it up. And I just put a fresh cylinder in it, put it all back together. Well, it backfired. And when it backfired, there was gas pouring out of the belly pan of it where the exhaust was coming out. And of course, I had a piece of cardboard under there too, so that didn't help, right? So it's all catching gas. And as soon as it backfired, boom, baby, snowmobile, everything caught on fire. And it was my grandpa's old place, right? So he did the ceiling with plywood because that's all he could do by himself, little chunks. And my uncle always told me, he says, that's a fire hazard, And I'm like, I don't doubt it. But He said, yeah, if you ever have a car catch on fire, carburetor, he says, it'll catch that ceiling on fire. You'll burn this place down. Yeah, one time, ain't got the money, new, young, just got recently married, blah, blah, right? Well, snowmobile caught on fire. Long story short, burnt the garage down. so, so that was the end of my snowmobiles. And, yeah, I never got snowmobiles after that. And then it just seemed like, I started the business. And I think with the business, I started really resenting winter because my business partner always used to tell me, he ever goes, you ever notice how much harder we have to work in the winter and we don't get extra for it? And I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. He's like, think about it. He's like, the batteries won't charge. He's like, trucks won't start. He's like, we got to wear all these layers of, we got to buy all these Carhartts. And he says, you got to buy these things. You got to buy boots. You got to buy gloves. You got to buy a scarf. You got to buy a hat. And I'm thinking, yeah, got a good point. And then as the years have gone by, because I used to plow too. I used to plow, I used to plow for the city. And then I also used to plow for, I used to do private parking lots and stuff. And that sucked too, because I get up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning and it was like, what's the weather like? Did we get snow last night? Do I got to go out? If I go out, I get paid. But you're also like, it looks like there's should I not? I was always on the balance. Do you do it? Do you not do it? It was a pain in the hiney, and then you get out somewhere, right? You drive somewhere, 15, 20 minutes away, right? And the snow could be different. At least in Michigan, it's that way, where you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, like they got no snow. Or you don't go and do it and they're calling you going, hey, have you got to come over here? We got 6 inches of snow. And you're like, what? I got a half an inch at my house. So I don't know. I just, as with business, it really started just kind of declining with me. And even to this day, I look at it and I go, it's a burden. I don't get paid for it. I got to move it. I got to slip and slide. Vehicles get damaged. Holy crap, this thing came back on. But it's still not right. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Bolts, my feet fingers are my problem too. Sorel boot. Okay, are nice. That's good to know. I never heard of that one. I finally this year spent the money and bought some nice. I bought 2 different kind of hunting boots. Whatever Cabela's have for the biggest insulated ones. And of course, this year wasn't even that cold. That's how it goes. I was sweating. I literally had to take my boots off when I got to the deer blanket. My feet would be sweating. Dun, dun. Evan's got, I can't see LiftMaster camera photo keypads becoming popular in the area because I could see the rechargeable batteries crapping out because of the cold. Probably very true. I would agree with that, Evan. I think you're right with that. Being rechargeable. I mean, we all know, pretty much as far as I'm concerned, in Michigan, you got to change the 9-volt battery in an outside keypad pretty much every year. That's just how it goes. Winter eats them up. Ever since I got something called Polar Tech Grip Fleece. It's like Long Johns, but these are like Long Johns, but these I have are military surplus. Ooh. I used to have ones. They were a little bit thicker. Kind of like what you're talking about, maybe, but they were brown. They were pretty good. They wore out. I don't got any more anymore, but they weren't military or anything. Edward says top and bottoms I found new plastics on eBay for $20 each. At Cabela's they sold for $90. Nice. Not bad. It says Dave didn't start the fire. Dude, that fire was nuts. What was bad is I was young. And I think, Evan, aren't you kind of somewhat younger? This is something, this could be some life advice possibly. So, when I got this house, You know, I wasn't in construction. I didn't. I mean, I was. Where was I? I think I was working at a factory, and I had to get insurance on this house. And I don't remember why, but at least with the garage, I had the agent from Farm Bureau. It was Farm Bureau, not State Farm. Farm Bureau. The agent came up, like the owner, right? The guy that runs the place, that's had it for 20 years or whatever. And I remember he walked around the garage, and I forget what size the garage. It was, I think it was like 36, I don't know, 36 or something by 40 or something like that. Um, but it had the, I forget, the gable type ceiling, the trusses. So it was like the open, really, it was really open up on the top. And a lot of storage upstairs. And big upstairs. I mean, like you could stand up no problem. You could walk almost to the sides with no problem. Not right in the corners, but you know, plenty of room. Like you could probably pull like a full size pickup truck up there. That's how like squared off it was, you know, with like the cab and everything. Obviously can't do that because it's upstairs. Anyways, this guy walks around, and I remember he's looking at the building, right, the garage, and he tells me, he goes, yeah, he goes, you know, $10,000 should cover it. You know, and I'm thinking, shoo, man, $10,000. I mean, we're talking back in like, what is this, like 02, 04, 2004, somewhere in there. And I'm like, damn, like 10 grand. I'm like, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's a good chunk of money, man. And, but he asked me, there was a wood stove in there my grandpa had. He says, are you going to use that wood stove? I don't know. I ain't going to use that wood stove. I might, but I'm not. And so, anywho, you know, 10 grand. Well, the garage, you know, like I said, it caught on fire Thanksgiving Eve. That was great. And the thing is for me, is I worked, I was, you know, I was off of work. So I was like, yabba dabba do, man. Let's get stuff done. I mean, I ended up got my one truck, I got my truck waxed. I parked that across the street. Luckily that wasn't the fire. Um, but my grandpa's truck that passed away, his truck was in there. That got caught in the fire. A couple three-wheelers I had parked upstairs, a lawnmower upstairs got caught. I mean, a riding lawnmower. The snowmobiles were not covered. Um, you know, so anywho, but the structure is $10,000, right? So as this thing burns down, so we had plenty to talk about come Thanksgiving, because now of course we had to go to my parents, we had to go to her parents. I don't think we were going to my other parents, but anywho, so plenty to talk about over Thanksgiving. Real embarrassing, not fun. And when stuff started shaking out, we had builders come to rebuild the place. It had to be tore down. It burned up so bad. Um, the lowest one was 32,000. So remind you, I was covered for 10,000. The lowest bid was 32,000 to rebuild the garage that I had existing. There's three bids total. The other two bids were at 36,000. I'm covered for 10. The lowest bid is at 32,000. I mean, something's not adding up here. And so I remember I talked to the adjuster guy, you know, and he's, oh, we're gonna make it right, you know, and I'm thinking, yeah, you know, and I wasn't even a big conspiracy guy, kind of like I am now, where I go, yeah, bull crap. And so I said, well, you know, I don't know how you're gonna, you know. So anyways, one day, long story short, they whipped me a check, say we're not gonna charge your deductible, which was whatever, $500,000, whatever. And I got a $10,000 check. So I learned how to build a garage, and I couldn't build the garage as big as I wanted to because the trusses costed like another $5,000 more for those bigger trusses, and it was gonna be more shingles and everything else. So I had to go more of an A-frame style. But yeah, I couldn't afford, you know, I couldn't afford a dumpster. I mean, I had to take everything to the landfill. I mean, luckily my uncle helped me. Bad, 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 bad. So make sure you're covered enough, or make sure you're just covered just enough that you can pay yourself or your uncle or a friend or a whoever enough, or just be covered enough that somebody else can rebuild and everything. Edward says, in a surplus store, I once found some for $6. Dang, good deal. These were awesome. They are thin, similar to heavy t-shirt, but are warm like a sweatshirt. That's good. I haven't had long johns in like forever. I really should. It seems like now I get those pants that got the fleece in them. I think Wrangler. I wear quite a few of those. And then a lot of times I've always just thrown bibs on, especially if I'm working outside, like the Carhartt bibs, Carhartt bib, Carhartt jacket, a hoodie sweatshirt on. Normally I'm pretty good because I'm not going to be out there terribly long. That's one of the beautiful things too, like when you're doing, so like garage doors, at least sometimes you're kind of out of the wind and stuff. You're inside the building. I mean, trust me, I know it still can be pretty hectic, but at least you got some shelter, right? Like when we did a fence job in the summertime. They ended up needing something repaired or put a man gate in or something. I can't remember. It was wintertime. And I thought, this ain't too bad. You know what I mean? Like I probably, so I kind of picked a calm day to do it. And oh my gosh, I tell you what, I started messing with this fence thing and I was like, if I ever do fencing, it's going to be over triple. It's going to be triple in price because I was dropping nuts and bolts, poof, in the snow, gone. And I was dropping brackets, poof, in the snow, gone. And I was just like, I was trying to set tools down, because you're working on a fence. And I was like, screw this. I was like, I am not working on fence. I mean, it's like trying to ask asphalt pavers to pave a road in the wintertime, right? Good luck. Kiss my hiney, go kick rocks. So I told myself, nope. I said, this is stupid. Don't even think you can ever, well, we could just do fencing in the wintertime too or something. No, no, no. That's the problem. Oops. Rich Booze guy says that's the problem with the feet. They sweat, then you're done. They get cold. Exactly. Yeah, that was the biggest thing is that's why I had to change out because otherwise, and then what's a big help if you have that kind of problem is I guess I wish I could remember the brand because there is a certain brand I like. Um, I got the boot dryers. I got the one that's the dual boot dryer. Um, and man, was that a life changer, to turn, it's got a little bit of trickle heat, a little electric heat, and to warm up your boots and let it run through the nighttime because you can set it for, I think, for like 2 hours or something like that. Maybe it's 2 or 4 hours. I can't remember. And then your boots are nice and dry, especially if you just had one of those days, you're in the slop, like I just found out I got a pair of, Georgia boots. I almost got like 3 stages of boots. I kind of got my just regular hiking kind of scent boots, whatever you want to call it, military style ones. And then it's like I kind of got my mid mud ones that can handle like that, that 2 to 3 inch slop. And then I kind of got the muck boots, right up to your knees almost. Like we are in full on war, baby. And so those are like my 3 stages. And then I just found out my middle ones, the 3 to 4 inch, snow, slush, crap, whatever, I was just doing something the other day, and the wife, she goes, well, we had snow or something, slushy snow. She goes, well, kick that out of the way or something. So I'm like, no problem. I got the boots ready to kick it. All of a sudden, I could feel it instantly. I could feel something getting on my foot, getting wet on the top. Well, right where the seam is, where the rubber is, it separated. I'm like, man, I said, these things aren't even that old. And I said, it's already separated. So now I'm like trying to figure out, like, how do you like sew a boot back together? Or can I just find some really good adhesive that's waterproof to goop that puppy? Because the boots are in really good shape. And I like them also because they got really big holes for you to put your fingers through. So they're easy to slip on, in the winter and that. And I found out that, I'm starting to get that, like, I like sitting down now, and I got a little bit of a gut, just a little bit. And so that bend over gets a little tiring sometimes. So those boots, those big rings on them where you can pull them on easy. Yeah, I'm starting to like those. Evan's got 24. Damn, dude. What a good age. What a good age. Good for you, Evan. 24, man. Man, it's good to have youth. Youth is good, man. Do it up. Rich was what kind of sled was it? I used to have Yamaha, the VMAX. These were the Indies, Polaris. That's what it was. The Indies, was it Indy 600s? I think they were triples. Yeah, I think they were triples. I think they were triples because I feel like I was like, who makes a 3-cylinder? That's stupid. And I think that's why I killed a cylinder, in my opinion. And then I used to ride somebody else's. I used to ride somebody else's triple. And it could have been from riding those ones at one time too. The triples were so heavy. You know what I mean? It was like they just didn't have like, on flat ground, yeah, maybe they could beat somebody just a little bit, but they were just so heavy. Like when you went to a twin, it was so much more nimble in the front for jumping and just, snowbanks and stuff like that. I was like, man, I'm going with a twin. You know what I mean? Like, the triple just always felt such a lugger to me that I always thought, why do I want a triple? Like, I don't think they, to me, I'd rather have a 4-cylinder than a 3-cylinder. And they're just so heavy. But I think they were the Polaris Indy 600s, I believe. That's what I believe they were. Nice machines when they were running. Like I said, the one blew up, and then I fixed it and then I burned them up. Oh, it was bad. And the worst part, so this part too, right, for Mr. Evan or for any of you young guys, the worst part is that stuff in that garage was not covered. So my grandpa's old truck was a plow truck. We called it Old Blue. And it was a blue old Chevy. It was a 77 Chevrolet with a 350 in it. Been restored to some degree. It could have used another restoration, but not bad. Not a bad truck. I mean, it was a good, solid truck. And I didn't have insurance on it because it's just a plow truck, right? Why do I have insurance on it? I was young. And anywho, so that didn't get covered. The plow truck didn't get covered, and it was crispy. I still used it, still ran. But the steering wheel was all bent over from melting. I had to knock out the windshield. Everything was charred black. I got a lot of looks when I got out by the road with it. Tell you what, I'd wear a helmet. I actually would literally wear a snowmobile helmet when I was out there, plowing with it. And people would be staring like, "What the hell is that?" Something looked like from Halloween. And I'd be sitting there with my helmet, and just be like waving at them. What are you looking at? Oh man. And so anyways, the truck got damaged, right? My other truck was across the road, thank goodness. The truck I just got done waxing. That was my 87. That was my 87 Dodge Ram, 2-wheel drive. Truck I've had since I could drive, my very first vehicle. So that truck got saved, thank goodness. And then I had the 2 3-wheelers. 3-wheelers weren't covered, right? Those are whatever, could be insured, I guess. I think they gave me some money for the lawnmower, because the lawnmower you can't insure. The snowmobiles didn't have insurance, so those weren't covered. So I lost a lot of things. And I just remember I remember the guy that owned the place really ticked me off, because when I went in there, I told him, I said, I went into his office, whatever. And I remember he was in his chair. And I remember he was facing the wrong way, right? And he turned around in his chair. And I'll never forget when he looked at me, and he just looked at me and goes, "What did you do?" And I thought, what did I do? I just ruined my dreams. I just screwed my life. Because, back then, my garage was my sanctuary, man. I mean, I had all my tools I worked really hard for. I came from, I used to work at Penske Automotive. So I had all my, my nice Craftsman. I mean, they weren't like Snap-on or anything, but I had all my nice professional series Craftsman tools. I had a nice toolbox. The garage was my sanctuary. I mean, that was where I loved cranking a wrench. I loved, I did things there. I built things there. I was fixing the house. I do stuff in there, my skill saws and all that. And so all those years of stuff that I worked for in that just burned up. And I thought, man, for this guy to turn around and what did you do? Like I did this on purpose, And I mean, I tried like hell to save it, man. Her dad worked at a college university, a big one. And one day he was at his place and he goes, yeah, he goes, they were throwing these fire extinguishers away. He's like, you need some? And I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Psh, why not, man? They're free. I'll take them. I mean, I ain't got none. So I took like 3 of them and I put them in the garage. Well, I remember what happens when the snowmobile caught on fire, it melted the gas tank, which was plastic. And I'll never forget I ran, I got the fire extinguisher. I had one in the garage. I sprayed that thing, which, this is my first time ever doing this stuff, right? I sprayed it. Come to find out, the fumes that come off that fire extinguisher about knock you on your ass, about kill you. You know what I mean? Like, I inhaled it with the smoke, and I mean, I was like, I can't breathe, And I remember I got it out for a second, and there was a little flame right there by the gas tank, like looking at me dancing, like ha 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 ha, and it went woof right back in that gas tank and went woof, big old flames, and it's just cooking the ceiling, baby. And the ceiling is, like I said, is plywood. And so I come screaming in the house. You know what I mean? My ex-wife at the time is already dead asleep in the bedroom, and I mean, I am just crawling, screaming, running as fast as I can into the house. Just call 911, call 911 now. And I knew we had one more fire extinguisher, a small one. I forgot to mention though, that fire extinguisher, 2 of them barely worked. The one worked where I got the flame down. So, I mean, I remember taking the fire extinguisher and shaking it because there was like no more coming out of it, like, come on. And I chucked them. And so I remember I went in the house. We had a small little white one for like a kitchen fire, but I was doing everything I could. So I went in there, I'm screaming. I get under the kitchen sink. I grab that fire extinguisher. I run back out. She just comes out of the bedroom. She's like in meltdown mode. Oh my God. Starts crying. And I'm like, I think she was just getting on the phone too or something with her parents or whatever. And I'm like, like, get off the phone. I'm like, get over and get the neighbors up. Cause I mean, this fire is getting big. I don't know how bad this is going to get. I'm worried about catching the neighbor's house on fire, and they're sleeping, and I murder them, or they die, because of a fire. So I'm like, get off the phone and go wake the neighbors up. And I go out there. The other fire extinguishers are basically nothing. It's ones that like in your car, I mean, those little tiny ones. That's like nothing, man. Might as well just try to spray some pee on it. So I do that. Well, then I go for the garden hose, right? And so by this time now, what was weird is I remember I was trying to drag the snowmobile out of the garage, and it must have fried the wires above the garage door opener because it was really creepy. All of a sudden, I heard the garage door kick on opener, and it started coming down. Brrr. I'm in there pulling the skis, and like I said, with it being a big 3-cylinder on the ground, locked up ski, the track and everything, I can't pull this thing. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, and it's burning my hands. I'm just, I mean, my eyebrows are burning. I can't get this damn thing out. And so I remember my house was pretty close. I had a little awning. And it was probably only 8 feet, maybe 10 feet away from the man door. So when the garage closed, it was kind of like one of those moments, like I was standing outside and I was like, what the hell just happened? I knew nothing about garage doors, at the time, or garage door openers. And so I'm like, what the hell? Like, holy crap, and I can see the flames now. The glass and all I had windows in my garage doors, they're starting to, just like the movies, right? Just like somebody shooting them out. And the man door had a window too, and all of a sudden that shatters, and the flames are just ripping out of this thing. And now I'm just like, holy crap, it's gonna catch my house on fire. So I grabbed the garden hose I had outside. I'm spraying it. My neighbor comes out. She's got her little garden hose. She's a sweet lady. She's sitting there and she's trying to spray my garage. She's like, oh my God, I'm just like, I have no clue what's going on. The fire department shows up. They did a good job. They showed up with a whole crew, man, lights in the air, finally get the thing knocked out. What a nightmare. I don't wish that upon anybody. That was a nightmare. Go back to the old comments here. Scary fast, pick our track, 100 miles plus. Oh, what's I haven't got here is when you're stacking the doors, do you guys nail sections as you're stacking? or do you set your verticals and then stack? I don't I don't think many guys do that anymore. I seen one guy I used to work with. He worked for another company, but he would do the nail thing. He stacked the sections, put the nails in. I thought that was all added steps. I really don't think that's beneficial. Let me know if you guys. I mean, I don't think it's beneficial. I normally put the bottom section in, and then I use that as a gauge. And I get my track. I might put a little shim under there, and then I'll get my tracks roughly, and I sight up I use what the builder's frame is. I'll sight up that. Some people use the level. I just manipulate it as I go. Um, and I'll get those all set, and then I just start kind of stacking. So I just get the track up, I start stacking. I don't deal with no nails. I mean, a hammer and all that's all different, foreign to me. So I'm always about saving time, right? I want to do a good job, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, unless you can show me a faster where I go, oh, that makes sense. Like, dude, that's way better and quicker. Um, I'm always about efficiency, because time is money. But good question, Evan. Those were good for gloves too. I used to have the Yamaha VMAX. VMAXs were good. Set up verticals is what Rich says. Yeah, I don't think I can, like I still even think about it. Like even if you level your bottom panel and then you start putting nails in it, like it's just so easy. So like I always just pin them in the middle when I do my tracks, and I'm really close. I might have to move them maybe a quarter inch, half an inch to get stuff to kind of marry it out. Um, but yeah, I don't think the nails stuff is. It's kind of like the whole, like some guys do the vice grips. I think it's an added step, just my opinion. And so I haven't tested that theory. I'd like to test that theory. Um, but if that's the way you feel safe and you feel confident, hey man, all more power to you. Edward says it just depends for me, Evan. It's if it's windy, I do have an access door to get outside. Sometimes I place bottom sections, then do all track. Yeah, isn't that fun? We have a lot of old places in the heights that'll you'll run into, like there's the man door's blocked off or they've boarded it up or whatever. Man, you really start thinking about all their tools. Make sure you got everything in there with you. Then springs, add the panels last. I don't think I've ever done it that way. I just make sure I got everything in the garage. Um, I've had it where I've been burned. Luckily, it's a small door, like a 9x7 or something. So I've had to like lift it through the track, because I needed maybe, oh, I don't know, a leg or something, or maybe some angle iron. Sneak somebody out. Some customers don't like nail holes in the jamb. Ooh, either way works. Privacy. So Evan says for the shims, so if anybody's got a better idea, let me know. What worked good on that last job I did for the clope, I actually just took two of the composite shims, and I because on those shims how one's tapered and one's not. I just stacked them, two of them, and that got me about, I don't know, like about 3/8, half an inch of distance from the concrete. And so then when I used the laser, I was measuring off the track to get my track leveled. One side was off, the concrete was off. So I just split the shim, which was kind of nice. I electrical taped them both. I just kind of took the electrical tape off one end. I split the shim. I take it and move it to bring that track down or whatever needed to be accordingly. And that worked out pretty good. But I'm really surprised I am really surprised that with all the garage door gizmos we got, you know, the bearing blaster or whatever, you know, all this stuff, we got the Surewinder and we got the spring turner. I am surprised that nobody hasn't made, and honestly, I'm sure you could do this on a like a 3D printer or something. The only thing I was thinking is they need to be like little pucks that you could stack, or how you would shim them a little bit, because I ain't gonna lie, I feel like I struggle a little bit when you're trying to keep something under that track. Um, keep it so it stays there, because I'm sitting there wiggling the thing, jiggling the thing, you know, I'm kicking the bottom section, and it's so close to my bottom seal. You know what I'm saying? And it can sometimes they can kick out on you too. That I just kept thinking, you know, god darn, if they came up with like a little puck system, or even I bet this could be very easily, if they came up with something with like a little pad or a screw, so I could literally just turn it, and I could adjust my tracks, raise or lower it, pinch it a little bit, kind of like what Papa Tony showed me with like the little airbag he uses for leveling out the door. But I don't want to use that because it'll poke it. You know what I mean? Track is sharp. It'll put a hole in it. But there just seems like there's got to be a little bit better way if you want to keep the track off the concrete. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, part of me sometimes I thought to myself, well, the hell with it. If I got to fly, because I never really kept the tracks off the concrete. I know it's good practice, but there was so many times I just fly, and I never had a problem with it. I've seen some that have rusted, you know, but most times it's excessive salt use. I've seen some that are corroded. So I mean, yes, I do think they last longer if you keep them off the ground. But is it the end all be all? Nah, just fly, baby. But I think what is a death killer, and it was for me, and I didn't know this, was that if you're not leveling your track, because I know there's been times, man, I did it myself, right? I do the door, boom, 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 whatever, right? And you go to pull the door up, and you're like, whoa. And especially in the bottom panel, if it's not out of the radius all the way, it's like all tipped. It's like, what the, the header can make you confused too if something's really off in that area too. But it's like, whoa. And then you start measuring off stuff, like you're like, okay, the header looks good. I level that. Let me check the, holy crap, I'm an inch, and your cables are slacked and stuff like that. So I do believe that's important, to level your track. You know what I mean? I'm a big fan of that, but I just keep thinking there's got to be a better way that stays. I just kept thinking a nice little puck that would stay, probably even like coasters would work really good. Like cup coasters, things like that might work pretty good. Turn the heat back on in a second. I crawled out a few times, forgetting things. I think we all have. I got pretty good when I'd be there. I'd be like, okay, we need a sawzall. Let's have angle. Then I got smart and I built my whole nut and bolt bin to have everything, track bolts, legs, my DeWalt ones. Those work pretty good. But it just sometimes there's just certain things, you break a sawzall blade, you didn't bring an extra one, the battery died on you. There'll be something, and it's like, oh crap, man, it'd be so much easier just to go out there and do it now versus this step or whatever. Do the same thing, spring turned. I do the same thing, springs turned, then the last section. So I'm assuming if like what Rich B has here, so ever do the same thing. He says springs turned, then last section. The only thing is for me is like, for one, if you're winding the springs, I'm assuming you're clamping the door, putting vice grips on the door so it don't come up on you. So where my weakness is in the track on standard lift. I still struggle with that a little bit. So I was even playing around with a laser to see if I could mitigate that. Now, I haven't tested this enough, but what I did at that last clopay job is, because I got the door level, I got my track level, and then I'd use my top section, my top fixtures, right, to kind of to feather out where I think it needs to be. But the back of my angle is still kind of flopping in the wind, right? I don't have my drops done. So I would do it. Well, I got one door, it was like spot on, baby. I did another door and it was like, what the hell? It's like I look wide in my radius. You know, as the door goes up, you know, when you're watching your rollers in that radius, it was like, I look wide, man. What's going on here? And so what I noticed is when I would shoot the laser up the side of the door, right on the side of the door, that if I was halfway in the drum on that bearing plate, that was pretty good. The one that was wide, I was on the inside of that drum, and that was too wide. So I don't know if this is a way to do it or not for sure, but I was starting to do that, and I thought I'm going to try to keep doing this as I'm doing doors to see if I can find a rhythm. You know, it seems like it's more on the bigger doors, you know, when you do your smaller doors, but you know the inconvenience of it. Once you do your springs, you do your drums, you're kind of locked in. Now I got to either drop stuff, you know, undo the screws, the leg screws up there, move your drum in or whatever you got, bring the track in. It's a real kind of pain in the butt. Scrap 1x4 plywood. I don't think I've ever seen vertical tracks weren't on the concrete. I don't know. I heard that always from some of the old timers and stuff. You know, you got to bring it off the concrete, kind of like the wood, right? Like when you do your outside wood for where your trim is. Oh, my light's flashing. Must be getting low. And you know, that was always kind of a thing, like you always keep it, you know, a 1/4 inch or whatever, you know, an 1/8 of an inch or whatever up off the ground so it doesn't wick when the rain and stuff like that. So just something, you know. Edwards got, I used 2 scrap half plywood pieces, or set track on floor, bottom flag. Okay, so the bottom flag to the top slots, then lift vertical, place leg. Okay, so it didn't, okay, yep, so it don't drop. I think that's kind of like what Josh was doing. So like I might be kind of messing myself up in a sense, because I've always this was just something I've always done. I don't think anybody ever taught me it. All right, enough of this light. Let's do this way. Turn this one off if we can. Hopefully you can still see me. So the thing is I always call it slot to slot, right? On your flag bracket, you know, the one for your, like your number 5 to 6, 7, whatever it is, you know, in the middle of the track and your verticals. I've always done slot to slot. And when I was working down with Josh, he showed me something, like he was like, no, he had a theory behind it. I didn't really pick up on what he was doing. We were hustling. And he was like, I think he went hole to hole or hole to slot, you know, on the bracket. And I was like, well, there's kind of that seems like, and I've noticed I've had that same problem a little bit. Because obviously when I'm doing slot to slot, it is bottomed out. I can't go down with it. I can go up with it, but I'm not locked in. I don't remember. There was something he did that just seemed like it was like, you know how one of those things you see and you go, that makes sense, but I'm not really understanding why it makes sense, but that makes sense. And he had like a whole theory behind stuff. He was like, well, and then he's like, we can do it, you know, we can do it your way. And I'm like, no, like you're onto something. But anywho, let's just keep moving, you know. Most floor. I use the 1/2 inch plywood piece, track bottoms, tops, please. Edward says most floors float due to frost. Oh, where floors are independent from the structures. So space, I had never even heard of that. I've never heard of that. I'm not doubting that. That makes sense. Huh. That's thanks for sharing that, Edward. That's interesting. It makes sense. Huh. Oh, so Rich has got, he says, yes, grip the door. So let me just put it out there. I'm sure I'm not gonna, change anybody's ways, but I just want to put it out there. I when I was working down with the Mexican guy down in Arizona, I kind of liked it. I don't know why. Why did I like it? I liked it because, why did I like it? I liked it because when he got the top panel up there, I realized that when he got the top panel up there, he could gauge his track better. You have a gauge now. You know what I mean? Like you can see where your brackets are and where your vertical is. I like that. So what he did though is when he was stacking, he put his top panel in and he had a big old screwdriver, right? And he stuck it up against the top panel and he banged into the header. I might have even had a nail. I don't know. He banged it in there and that kept it locked up there. And honestly, I still use that sometimes. Not always, but I do that sometimes. If I don't have my top fixtures on or I don't have help, I'll put the top section up there and I'll take a screwdriver or whatever I got. I'll bang it into the header, especially if it's, you got to use caution. Obviously, if it's a hell of a windy day, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to come and crashing down, especially if it's a 16-foot wide one or something. But anywho, when I seen it done, I went, that kind of makes sense. I like that. Because otherwise I'd always put the fixtures on and, if you're by yourself, man, especially if you're doing something like 8 foot or 10 foot, it can be a real bear. You got to try to get that bracket, so just something to think about, possibly nail it up there. There's all different ways. But see, like, I don't like not having my top panel in because I can't see where I'm at for my track. That makes me nervous. Even though it's not 100% true gauge because, if your back hangings are flopping, that's why I'm hoping I can find a more formal way that maybe if I shoot it with laser and then that I know that drum, that's going to give me another pivot point up there, is what I'm thinking. But like I said, if you guys got something better, let me know. Because that's where I struggle, is in my radius. Because I also normally make the door like a little bit of a V, not very much, but I try to make it somewhat of a V, so the door kind of cradles. It all depends on how the jam's acting, and it's a very slight V. I really wind springs with top panel in place. He says many times, he says, I need the room. The panel takes just to make the quarter turn. That is true. That is true. I will give you that, Edward. I will give you that. That is true, especially if you got a strut on there and you're in a tight space. But then you got to do the Rich B method. Rich B taught me. He's showing, I think, me and Papa Tony the broom trick about sticking a broom or something in there and bowing that torsion tube out. Pretty cool. Hollow tube. If you need just that little bit of extra fuzz. Pretty cool idea. Evan says, I think the only damage on my tracks are from previous homeowners going nuts with WD-40. Whoops. Caleb asked me the other day about spray lube. And I told him, I said, you can use pretty much whatever, man. I said, like, people use motor oil. I said, you can use WD. I said, I took pictures of like what they sell at Lowe's and Home Depot. I was like, you can use this garage door lube. Like, I don't think I'm a lube snob when it comes to garage doors. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a little bit pickier with my chains on my gate operators, because those are out in the elements, and I hate seeing a big old rusty chain and out there working in the field. But the garage doors, it seems like I've just, you know, I think the worst thing for garage doors is somebody, I think once a year you got to spray some lube on that thing. You know what I mean? Something. The problem was for me is I was using the multi-fluid or the multi-spray lube from Service Spring, and it shows, it has a little bit of a yellow sheen to it, and as it ages it gets more yellow. Well, you know me, when I started doing the garage doors, you know, of course my own garage door, because I was young, you know, I need to service mine every 6 months. So I need to go through and spray oil on my garage door every 6 months. Well, I was doing that for a little while, and that lasted for about 1.5 years, maybe 2. And I realized I was getting a lot of yellow stainage on my brand new door. You know, the thermospan, the TS200 Wayne Dalton. And I didn't like that. Oh man, this is getting really ugly. Like, I gotta wipe this crap off. It looks nasty. So then I was like, I need to use a little bit lighter fluid, and I probably only need to do it once a year, not every 6 months. On hanging the rear, he says I use rope and tie to exposed rafters, or and stand I built, he says, a 1 and 4 and pipe that telescopes inside each other. Ooh, goes up 13 foot safely on concrete. What? Come on, Edward, man, send me some pictures of this. I need some pictures. Edward, you got my email? You got my number? Send me some pictures when you get this stuff. I want to see this. After winding it, I lift the door 2 to 3 feet, then go in the rear, sight the way, no guessing once door is up a little. Huh. I'm interested to see that. So like for me, I could be off on this too, Edward. You know, for me, I like, you know, my track is just hanging, my horizontals, they're just hanging back there, right? I've already set my front where I think it needs to be. I've already got everything pinned and, you know, legged in real good. So my you know, depending on the size, I think the most I went was 12 foot or 14. And it was 3-inch track, and I found out you can't do that because I ended up bowing. It popped. It bent the flag brackets or whatever. So, but on residential, I do it all day long. I just did it on those 10x10s. You know, I bolted all up there to have somebody hold in the back. But, you know, I know you can measure off the walls, and there's all different ways and stuff. But I'd like to see that. I'd like to see what you got. Because like I said, my biggest pet peeve is still in the radius. I still struggle with, like, I think I got that puppy on, and it's off. You know, one side will be, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like the doors will drift too. Like, the doors will find a way to drift to one side or the other. So that's why I thought if I shot the laser up the very side of that door, just hit the edge of it, and I thought if I can land, like, you know, my bearing plate's up there, my end bearing plate, and then there's my drum. And if I'm shooting right to the center or the middle of that drum, and that's the sweet spot, that means that's all locked in where it needs to be. And then my theory was, I thought, okay, you know, and then maybe if I did that to the other side, maybe I could find that, like, happy medium. Because sometimes it's, like, weird, you know, you get those doors, it's like they drift to one side, and it's like, what the heck is going on, man? I got the track leveled. Why is this door? And, like, the one I knew, it, you know, I tightened up the next one I did because I could tell I was a little bit too loose with the rollers. Because I was shoving the door, like I shoved it over in the middle, and it seemed to be happy. But you know how it is, like the door needs to cycle like 3, 5, 8 times on its own with an opener to find where it's going to land in the groove. And it didn't have weather seal on it yet, so that helped stiffen it up too a little bit. But at first, you know, I was like, all of a sudden I was like, holy crap, I got way too much spacing on this roller. And I was like, oh, it's like the door shifted over. So I shifted it back, and I thought, well, how long is that going to last? I ran it a couple times. It seemed like it was okay, and I just thought, I don't know if this door is going to drift back over to that side. I don't know. But like I said, there was just, I did a couple, or did the first one, and I thought, man, look at that radius. Like, that is way too wide. Like, I do not like my rollers, the stems showing that much. And then I was up there, I'll bring the door up. I normally have somebody pull the door down, and I only bring the door down to the halfway or whatever, and then I'll move my track wherever I need to as they bring the door up. I'll look down my rollers again and go, I want it wider, it's tighter. Move it over on the holes on the angle. But I'm talking when we do, that's why I run my angle. I run like a wider piece up there horizontally, and then I can just pin it, from there and move it over with the kicker. Tony showed us. He says that works great. Oh, that was Tony? I couldn't remember. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Evan says, I found regular WD would rust out the hardware where I would place the hinges multiple times because they keep rusting out. Huh. Ooh, Rich says, yeah, he goes, worse is people who grease the tracks. Oh my gosh, man. Especially those old timers. Those old timers that come from like a factory or something. Oh my gosh, man. They just glob that crap in there. And it's like, it's on the rollers, it's in the track, it's just everywhere. I mean, you know how it is too when you roll the door, and it's like, I don't know what it's like, but it's not good. It's like, and they're like, yeah, I don't know why my opener quit working. And I'm like, it's only a 9x7 door. And I'm like, it is running so hard. It's freezing out here. This stuff is so gelled up. It's horrible. But yes, grease is bad, man. I didn't ever know anything about the WD-40. I mean, WD, I didn't know this till I was watching the Scotty Kimmler on the old car show there, that he was telling me. I didn't understand. WD is water displacement. That's what it stands for. It's WD-40, but water displacement. And I thought, because I always know WD is kind of like on that fence. Like, is it a cleaner? Is it a lubricant? Is it a nut breaker, whatever you call it, for rust? To break. I don't know. It's kind of in between. Like I was thinking the other day, it works good on my little nailer. I was using a little staple nailer, but I was using it like in the rain and the dirt, and it's getting kind of dirty and stuff. It works good because I was like, it's a nice clean lubricant. It's lightweight enough where I can spray out the dirt. It also helps lubricate. But I never heard of any rusting like that. I'm not saying it doesn't. But my uncle's always sprayed the bottom of his door jambs with it. Tell you what, bottom of his door jambs look pretty darn good on his vehicle. He said I do it. He does it before every winter. Just sprays it all around the door jambs and stuff, and in the holes and the stuff in the bottom. Edward says single springs do drift naturally, but I work on 16 with rear mount springs. The shaft slides back and forth, which is weird. Still haven't figured that out. I wonder if it's just not braced enough. It's kind of like, remember how like the top ones on those old school, I don't know if there was a certain manufacturer that did it, but they had those brackets that didn't have that little tab on the end bearing plates. And man, those things would get really crooked, and they get locked in or something too. And either the drum would start growling, grinding on it, or it would just start grinding into the shaft, the hollow shaft, even solid shaft. Man, I was really glad when they came out with those brackets. They had the tabs so you could screw in there, a lag into it to keep that thing stiff. That's also why on residential, I kind of prefer 12-inch radius, because I found out with 12-inch radius it cradles in there nicer, right? You always got the horizontal piece and that vertical piece you can pin to, because those little tabs sometimes, like I said, if they don't have a 2x6 up there and it's 2x4, you're right on the edge, or you're not hitting it. So those are always kind of nice. But I guess another way you could mitigate some of that too, if you had to, which I've done on just weird circumstances, is I've literally I've taken what do you call them, split collars, and just regular the chrome collars, and I've stuck those on those things too to keep everything locked in. You know, because obviously two springs are always better than one. I love two springs. One spring is always fighting. You know, I never knew that until I worked with a guy, one of my foremans that used to run the shop, and he ended up telling me we were even changing a spring, and he's like, hey, he's like, you got a right hand? We were doing like a left hand. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but that's already. He goes, yeah. He goes, but it's a small door. He goes, put it on the other side. He goes, you put it on the other side, it'll wear out. He goes, then it puts pressure on that bearing, you know, and it kind of wears them out evenly. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, well, look at it. He goes, look at the spring. It's constantly always pushing on this side. You can tell. And he's like, I was like, damn, I never thought of that. That's a good point. Like, that's a good point. So, so not a bad idea. But when it comes to, Caleb just had one. He goes, he messaged me. He was tearing out a 16x7 pan door. And he's like, hey, he goes, the door I took out, he goes, had two springs. And he goes, the door I'm putting in's only got one. What should I do? And I'm like, I was confused for a second. I was like, what the hell is he like? Is he changing springs? And I found out, well, he sent me some pictures finally. I was like, okay, you're tearing out a door. Okay. I was like, yeah, you're fine. That's what the manufacturer, sometimes they do that. I said, to save on cost. I said, so you're fine. Just, you know, put the one spring. I said, it just sucks for the future, because I said, if that spring breaks, I said, you're done. I said, you know, where if it's one spring or two springs, I said, the cables typically stay on. I said, you can typically, with an opener, you know, if the car's trapped, that's also nice. The wear and tear on it is nice with two springs. So there's just a lot of benefits with two springs. But I just told him, he did the classic rookie mistake, I guess. And I told him he's learning, which I'm proud of him. And I told him, because he sent me the paperwork, and I looked at his pictures, and I don't know if this is proven, but this is just what my theory is nowadays, is that if that vertical piece, that flag that goes into the horizontal piece goes into that vertical piece on your track, if it's at the top, that little L bracket, right, the ones that you bolt the top and the vertical and the horizontal together, if it's to the top, that's 15-inch radius. If it's below, that's 12-inch radius. And the only reason I think of that is because I always know in my brain, I go, if I got to do my end bearing plate and it's up there in the wind, like you mount it and you really need it to put that leg into a piece of wood, but there's nothing there or whatever, it's just up in the wind, that's 15-inch radius. If it's down in the cradle where I can pin it to the vertical piece and I can pin it to the horizontal, without putting a leg into it, just using a track, you know, or carriage bolt, that's 12-inch. That's just what I normally do. So in the picture, it was going to the very top. And I told him, I said, hey, I said, in that picture, I said, it looks like 15-inch radius track to me. Now I know you can, you know, the right way is obviously you take it and you know, get a level and a tape measure and go halfway in the track, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? But my quick rule of thumb is, obviously I look at that very top piece and I said, so it looks like you got 15-inch radius. I said, so you might want to have the customer change. I said, I see in your paperwork, I said, you sent me from Menards. I said, I see it says 12. Now I didn't catch the spring. I just seen it said torsion spring, and I said, they're gonna get torsion spring and not easy set? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I guess that's, you know, they asked for it. I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, so I was like, well, sweet. I was like, it's torsion spring. Sweet, man. It's not easy set. That's even better yet. But I didn't catch it. It was one spring. So I don't know if it said on there one spring, or it probably did. I didn't catch it. So I told him, I said, the learning process. So anyways, he had the tracks, man. They were a slide, man. They were just, he's like, is that okay? And I'm like, it's okay. I said, boy, I said, it looks, you know, like if you can, you know, the problem was he had kind of big drops. So they would definitely have to go to the store and buy, not the ones in the package. I mean, we're talking like 3-foot drops. I said, you know, well, anyways, luckily the homeowner came up with the idea that it came with some extra angle or something or whatever. A piece of aluminum they had, a piece of L shape. They dropped it, whatever it needed for that. I was like, sweet. I was like, so that looked a lot better. But yeah, that's my cheat. Oh, you know, I lost my messages. Go back. Where are you? Affordable is still doing it live. Here he is. Springs, rear mount, mill workers. There you go. Best rusty bolt breakers is, oh yeah, that coral oil. I can't remember. Canora oil. I've heard of that. I've seen it. Can't be beats. I've been wanting to try on a nasty bolt the crayon trick. You heat it up and the crayon soaks into it. I've been seeing that a little bit more on the internet. Kind of makes more sense because I've sure done the whole PB blaster, baby, and heat the hell out of the bolt. Then you heat it up and it catches on fire and you spray it down again. And there was a guy, I don't know. No, I don't know. Hang on, bring that up. Evan says if you really want to, you could put 2 springs on a 9x7 with standard. Says if you really wanted to. So it sounds like you can. So Evan, that's a good question. I've literally had it before where I've asked the secretary to order it that way. But it comes with like weird springs. I mean, like they're very stubby little springs, a weird wire size, maybe like a 195 wire. I don't know if they make smaller, but you know, they're real stubby. It was kind of like, you know, like, do I really want to put that into the future for somebody else? You know what I mean? Like they won't have those on their truck. So yeah, you could put 2 springs on it, but little doors normally don't seem to have, you know, the issue. It's the bigger doors, because I guess what I think about too is with a smaller door like a 9x7, if the spring breaks, you can typically lift it up by hand still. You know what I mean? Like if you got a car trapped or something, you can typically with an opener or whatever, drop the cables off or whatever, get them out of your way. Not a big deal. But when you get a 16x7 and you're by yourself, man, that sucks, man. When you're there and you got a car trapped and you don't want to be in there working with a car because if, you know, a winding bar hits it or something, you damage their car. My big thing is, you know, not always, but I typically really try hard to always get the car out of there because I really do not want to damage their car. I don't like working around it. It's cramped. But so when there's 2 springs, oh, hallelujah, man. The cables are still on. Half the doorway's being lifted. So either I'll program a remote. I've had it where I've had the, you know, the customer push the button. I've had it before where I pushed the button and ran over to the door as quick as I could to help lift it. You know, so there's just different ways. Oh no, what did I do? Really, says Edward knows some companies do 2 on the 9x8s. Yeah. Like I said, it can be done. It's just normally it's kind of awkward. So I don't really encourage it on that. It's when you get to be like, you know, the 16x7s. That's typically where I'm like, yeah, you know, 2 springs, you know, maybe 12 even or something, 14. But, you know, the 16s are the ones that I guess is because when you work alone enough, that when you come across it where you're like, man, it'd be so nice, especially if it's a sandwich store, you're like, you know, if you want to gain access to it, because sometimes you get to somewhere that people don't have man doors either, and it's so much nicer that you know how it is, they got a barking dog or something, and it's just so nice that you can just get that door open, get your tools in there, get the ladder in there, you know, throw some springs in there that you know that you're going to need or whatever, your spray lube, all that kind of stuff, and you got to go tracking through the house again and take shoes on or all that kind of stuff, or deal with the dog or a screaming kid or anything like that. So that always works out pretty nice. All right, guys, I am going to jump off here. It is bedtime. I'm falling asleep, all that good stuff. Thank you guys for being here. Little 20s old wood doors get vice grip and bend till broken. Edward, make sure if you get a chance on that pipe and that, send it to my email. Send it to daveadubson@gmail.com. I put it in the description below. Since I know there's not very many people out here right now, so that's good. We ain't got a bunch of crazies going on. You can also, if you want, I'll tell you the number again. It's you can always text me. It's 231-720-9675. Again, it's 231-720-9675. I don't know if I dare put it on here. I'll just throw it on here. I'll try. I don't know if I might kill myself for this. 231-720-9675. Bam. There you go. I just threw it up there too. You can just take a screenshot of it. You can write it down, the 231-720-9675. Send me some pictures of that back, what you're doing and stuff. Because I'm always interested. I'm always open for ideas and creativity and different ways people do stuff. I mean, it's fascinating to see how people do stuff out there. Whoa, what is this one? It's so cool. Like if you scroll up when you're watching, like I'm watching myself, right? So I can see this. It's weird, like when I bump it and I scroll up and there's like another live I'm watching, and it's like this one looked like a bakery. I was like, what the heck am I watching, man? This is crazy. It looks scary. Send you pictures later in the week. He says on a site. He says waiting for parts. Yeah, no biggie, whatever. Like I said, you guys, anybody, Evan does, I mean Rich B does, and Tony, you guys always send me, you know, whatever. And it's one of those things you can send it, you know, it can be whatever. Even if we're in a different time zone, it does not matter. My phone is always on silent. You're never going to wake me up. You're never going to disturb me. It's always one of those things that obviously if I just don't get back, I'm busy, I'm sleeping, I'm running a piece of equipment, I'm up on a ladder, I'm up in an attic or something, you know. It's just, that's why I like the text messages, you know, and all that good stuff, because then I can always check them out. And, you know, I always try to, if I get something too that's relevant, I always try to send them back, you know, a picture here and there, because I love pictures, man. Like I see pictures and it's like, wow, it's like, dude, that's so cool. I forget the guy we had in New York, was it, that was sending me the stuff on his truck and all that. That was great. That was awesome, man. His truck was all decked out, really cool stuff. I send you a text from a Canadian number. That's me. I gotta lock you in. I got Rich in there. I got Tanner. I just don't think I put you in it. And I don't, you know, sometimes I get kind of lazy, you know, putting names with whatever. So you can always just text me, Evan. I love you. You know what I mean? You can always just text me and be like, it's me. It's Evan. Put me in your darn phone. So, you know, because it does help a lot, especially when I'm trying to send stuff back. It's always great to just have a name to put to it, so it's easier. Edwards guy says it's pretty simple to build. Hey man, like I said, it'd be cool to see it. I love seeing how guys, you know, even if they're nailing stuff up, it's fascinating. I love it, man. I really love it. I really appreciate you guys. I've learned a lot from you guys. I try to share some of that stuff too, because it gives you like Tony showing us, Rich B and myself showing the broom, man. I mean, showing the broom, he stuck it up there. I think he took like a pair of vice grips so it pulls it down. Like, you know, he's like, the way he's doing is he's prying against the strut, and he puts it against the torsion tube, semi-close to the spring, and just to, you know how it is to pull that spring out a little bit. That might be all you need. And he was like clamping it. Oh, I think it was a bungee. It was a bungee. He was putting a bungee on it at the bottom to make it pivot. And it was like, damn, it was like, why didn't I think of that? You know what I mean? Like, it's just nice to have those little tricks in your bag when you're in a pinch and you've been doing something a certain way. Like I would, you know, if I was in that situation, instead of taking a broom or I think he even had a pipe bender pushing out on it, you know, I'd probably take the strut off. I'd be like, damn, I got to take the strut off. You know, I got to take the strut to make the room. But now that I know that I can take something, wedge it in there, pull it out a little bit, yeah, I might give it a try. You know, it might work, it might not. I might still have to pull the strut off. But it's just good to know these little things. Bunny cord. Richard B's got bunny cord. Bungee cord. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, guys, I'm out. I said I'm out. It's cold. It's cold out. I hope you guys have a good night, a good morning. Drink some coffee for me. We'll talk to you later. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for being here. And over and out. If I can hit the off button. See ya. Boom. Are you sure you want to stop? How do I hit the button? I think so.